So I think I'm live? Yeah. Okay. I'm up. Wow, I exist. Who knew? Beep beep. Yeah, thanks, phone. So, how do I just look at it to make sure it's fucking working right? Do I exist? I'm trying to see if the stream... Okay, the stream looks like it's working. I'm trying to see if the stream... Okay, the stream looks like it's working. I'm trying to see if... Oh no, I'm echoing. Oh god. The joys of barely knowing what you're doing on the internet. So, hi, I exist. I've been working on a mod for Halo Combat Evolved for like a year. I've been working on this, I mean, if you want to get real technical, I've been working on this ever since like 2011, when I first got Halo Combat Evolved on PC, and I downloaded the mod tools, and I started messing around. No idea what I was doing. The tools that you can find online that I used are super outdated, and kind of sort of the same. Kind of what we have now, but a little worse for wear. And I just uploaded this mod onto Nexus Mods. The link to the mod page should be in the description, just below the video here. Should be the only thing in the description. And I am going to play through it right here, right now. So, I was gonna do something. I clicked one other button and immediately forgot what it was. Okay, this should be good. We will find out. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take 2 seconds, hook up my phone, watch my live stream on here to make sure that my audio is good. I was also going to turn off my... whatchamacallit? Vibration. There we go. Okay. Everything should be good. I can worry about audio and stuff later. This stream isn't meant to be super talky, but I will be discussing stuff about the mod as I go. But yeah. That's not what I was trying to click. Stupid phone. Just gonna let the cutscene play. Old time's sake.
Cortana, all I need to know is did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
We made a blind jump. How did they...
Get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace.
Fun part, I had to replace every single biped in this cutscene because it was just using like a random generic model that would just pick random colors for all the crewmen. But I wanted the command crewman to have a special white outfit that kind of looks like Captain Keyes. So I had to open the cinematic file and change all the bipeds to a custom biped that would only use the command color. Stupid, totally unnecessary, but I did it anyway.
Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
So, I actually started prototyping this mod last year when the mod tools first came out. But I didn't get very far before my old computer exploded and made me sad. And then I had to get a new computer. And by get, I mean build, because cheaper PC, Master Race, whatever. I still use a Blue Yeti mic, so, you know.
You heard the lady.
Not as masterful as I would like people to believe. Here's not too loud.
Man, we let those dumb bugs out in the middle of nowhere to keep from getting their filthy claws on Earth. But we stumbled onto something that's so hot for that they're scrambling over each other to get it.
I should remove those guys in the background.
Hot son of a bitch machine or a giant hula hoop, we're not gonna let them have it. What we will let them have is a belly full of lead and a pool of their own blood to drown in. Am I right, Marines? Sir, yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time.
Attention all personnel. We are re-engaging the enemy.
Did the Warthog break?
Contact imminent.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day.
Also, I'm pretty sure Johnson was driving that Warthog that was behind him. And I think I noticed that last month while I was testing stuff, and I'm like, wait a fucking minute. Why is he driving that?
Low-level systems online.
Why are there two of him? I also fixed a bug that has annoyed me since this got ported to PC. If you skip this cutscene, like, right away, or in a certain part, there's a random Sergeant Johnson biped that will be in the cafeteria section just after you get the Magnum. And it's super annoying. And I found out that it was actually his biped from the cutscene. Are you okay? Yeah, apparently his biped from the cutscene doesn't get deleted, and the cafeteria is exactly where he is placed for said cutscene. So, it's a lot of little things, like more Marines, more enemies in a lot of places, crewmen using Marine assault rifles that they never touch, more half-dead people.
Captain Keyes is waiting for us, sir.
Thanks. Now I'm going to very slowly walk away.
keys.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
That doesn't come in.
So I'm going to be going away for a week.
With those odds, I'm content.
In that time, there won't be any updates for the mod,
Sleep well?
but I will be working on stuff.
Yes.
I have all the files, I'll be bringing them with. So I won't have to worry about that too much.
I guess an antimatter charge.
Also, I turned off controller vibration.
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive.
It's still on.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking. The object we found, I'm gonna try and land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
Give me my mouse game.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. The protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable.
There.
That means
That's better.
lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace, and then sort yourself for a heart transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Also, sorry if my webcam lighting is really shitty.
Which is where you come in.
I don't have a great, like, lamp or anything for it.
Safe from the enemy.
Just this cheap, crappy one that I've had for God knows how long at this point.
Earth.
I understand.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen, but I'd suggest letting my subroutines handle the final approach.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
Good luck, Master Chief.
Your architecture isn't much different from the Autumn's.
Don't get any funny ideas.
Don't keep it low.
I love John Halo.
Go.
I love him so much. I'm gonna take a second and mess with a few more things really quick. I do this all the time.
Get moving, Master Chief. There's nothing you can do here.
I wasn't asking for your opinion. Leave me alone, Jacob. I'm trying to do a thing here.
Do an order, soldier. Get off this ship.
He's asking for it today. He's really asking for it. Excuse me, guys.
What the hell are you doing? You need to get
Security
off
to
the
the bridge.
ship
The
before-
Master Chief has gone rampant. Take him down, boys.
I'm out of bullets. Give me yours. Cheap motherfucker. He didn't give me any bullets. This is bullshit. Give me yours. Oh no, wait, I can take theirs. Oh my god. Dude, they killed me so fast. Hang on. I don't remember them ever being able to kill me that fast in the base game.
What the hell are you doing?
Security to the bridge. The Master Chief.
I have to fucking watch that one more time, cause that's mad. Hi. Hello. They do so much damage.
Get going, Chief. We need to.
Give me that chip. This game, dude. Oh man. Massively unexpected for them to kill me so fast, but at the same time, I know for the future. At least now it feels like the Marines will actually be able to fucking punish you if you betray them. They won't just fucking stand there and die. Alright, there's no Johnson here. So the Johnson biped, he always spawns standing here facing this way, like right where this dead elite is. I don't know why. He just exists in that space if you skip the cutscene at the start of the game. So all I did was I picked up the biped and I moved him, so if he were to be here, he'd be like above the ceiling outside the map. Oh, I can see through the ceiling.
Where'd they go?
Hey, for once I found a camera bug in the way I changed player camera height. Okay. So yeah, that's one of the little things that I did, was I technically made you taller. I moved where the camera is in correlation to your head. Probably super wordy and inaccurate, but that's what it is. I just changed the, I think it's the standing camera height or whatever it is. I just raised it up. Boink. I'll actually borrow that.
What the hell?
Okay, I swear to God that I turned off. Did I turn it off for reach? I bet I turned it off for reach. Yep. Fuck's sake, dude, I'm not even playing Halo Reach.
Hit us. Move in. Back to
Okay.
the airlock.
So yeah, playing with controller just so that I'm not making tons of keyboard sounds.
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Find him.
I may have been slightly too aggressive. Yeah, I want to turn off controller vibration because it's really loud. And I don't want my mic to be picking it up the whole time I'm playing. I don't need controller vibration to play either, so that's another reason to have it turned off for this. That idiot. That's his fault. That's on him. I refuse to take responsibility for that, dumbass Marine. He killed himself. I have no other response. Okay. I need to remember that I am low on health. I need to play a little careful. Maybe you've noticed, maybe you haven't. Shield regen speed is a lot slower. I think it starts in the regenerating in the same amount of time it always did, or maybe I have it regenerating a little faster. I genuinely don't remember, but it takes 12 seconds to recharge. Man, these Marines are getting their asses kicked right now. They have a stamina system, kind of like ODSTs in Halo 3 ODST. So they basically have their own shield system, and it regenerates over time. And it's like, you can see some of them, they get hit and they don't do the whole flinching, falling over thing. That's because they have shields absorbing the damage. They will flinch if you shoot them in the head, because I do have bleed through enabled for that. So if you headshot them, they will die with like a magnum or something. I don't want it to be that you have to hit them a certain amount of times. Headshots should kill them.
Thanks for the assist on that one.
What are... Do you remember how to shoot? He remembers how to shoot when he dies. What a fucking genius. Well, look. Grenades.
Right on.
I swear I aim gooder. Just not today. Today I aim worsest.
Cover fire! Nice shot!
Oh man, I thought his shields were weaker than that. At least I didn't lose health, though.
Prepare to abandon ship. Combat teams, repel boarders until
So for quite a while with this mod, I actually had health reduced. I brought it in line with the other games in the series. I changed it from 75-75 to 70-70. But I decided to increase it back to 75-75 because it's just like there was no need for me to change it.
Doors closing.
Also, it technically makes it a little easier, so if I wanted to, I could add more enemies to encounters. The biggest change that I would say I made, just across the board, are to do with globals, which are the things that like determine your health and shield damage to enemies or how much you're friendly. AI will do stuff like that. I wouldn't say to, I mean, I guess I simplified it in a few ways, but it was mostly to make it a little easier. Also, this is the first introduction to a new enemy type, which I don't think I have anywhere else in the game right now, because this was the only place I could think to put the zealots. If you aren't 100% sure, I'm talking about the big elites from the first level of Halo Reach. In every other Halo game, I'm pretty sure the gold elites are the zealots, but in this game, they are the elite commanders. And I like that distinction for them. You know, the zealots can be the fancy red guys, and the commanders can be the gold guys. So I guess in Halo 2, I'll have to change the zealots to look like the Halo Reach guys. The color probably isn't final. I'm not super snazzed about the way it looks, but I have certainly done a worse job. As a result, I had to try and make the red elites look more red. I don't really know if I did a good job. What I'm thinking of doing with the zealots is maybe I'll make their shader permutation 0, which is the sheen that the miners use. It helps to make them a little more of like a shiny blue. Then these red guys will stand out a little more.
I'm going after him, come on!
Little thing I might change, I might not. I don't know. I did keep track of most of my changes, but definitely not all of them.
It's me! You jumped in front of me, mate!
The damage to superstructures is sensible. How much more abuse the automation.
I think my most recent change was to the assault rifle. I made it so that it spins up from 14 rounds a second to 15 rounds a second in about 0.2 seconds. So it starts shooting a little bit slower than it can shoot when it's at its maximum speed. It'll also kind of help keep from wasting ammo. One of the other changes I've made is that the assault rifle is very accurate until you shoot like 10 rounds.
Get aboard before
And then it has a huge accuracy reduction to the point where, like, you can't hit people standing at point blank almost.
Punch it.
Aye, sir. We're disengaged. Going for minimum safe distance.
Is the game still playing the creepy music? I think it was, but it stopped. Didn't. Oh, yep. It's still playing the creepy music. Huh. I somehow missed the very obvious trigger I had for that.
What is that thing, Lieutenant?
I guess I'll have to make another backup one. Or like, oh no!
The autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in now.
I always hate it when the
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the rich atmosphere in 5.
I played this game since I was like 3 years old, right? I did not know what that guy was saying until Anniversary came out and added subtitles. It's very unfortunate. Like, I feel like I should have known that that's what he said in retrospect, but I didn't. When I was a kid, I was just like, why is he, like, screaming in pain? Is he okay? The chief is just like, I wonder how the ship is doing.
We're coming in.
Shut up, Dan, I don't have time for this. Is the Pillar of Autumn alright? Oh no! Everybody's gonna die.
Chief? Chief, can you hear me?
No.
At last. Are you alright? Can you move? The others. There's nothing we can do. Warning. I've detected multiple Covenant dropships on approach. I recommend moving into those hills. If we're lucky, the Covenant will believe that everyone aboard this lifeboat died in a crash. Alert! Covenant dropship inbound. They must be looking for survivors. I recommend...
No, I'm not trying to open Twitter. Oh, for the love of God. Phone, stop being stupid. Every time I live stream, I end up having to do like 10 things at once. Oh yeah. Ta-da! Vehicle change. Banshees have shields. There's another one that has shields as well. But we won't see that one for a while. I love the scrapey metal sounds of death and destruction. We didn't see it in the previous level, but elite majors can now throw grenades. There is a weird bug that can happen if you shoot them, like right as they go to throw the grenade, they'll throw it 1,000 times faster than they're supposed to be able to. I have no idea how I would fix that. That's just a weird thing that they do. Once again, I have to do 10 things at once.
reading a lifeboat beacon over the next hill. We should check to see if there are any survivors.
I think he had a needler. This is a gun I would love to show off right about now.
About time you showed up.
Here's another one.
Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the party.
Thanks.
It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over this valley. We called for evac, but until you showed up, I thought we were cooked.
Don't worry, Sergeant. We'll stay here until evac arrives. Heads up! I got a Covenant dropship heading in. Over here!
The needler is big, dangerous. This is a gun. This is one of the first guns that I changed because I've always loved the needler, but I've never felt like it was super strong. Like, it always felt like a gun that I would rather not pick up in this game. It's consistent most of the time, but it's just, especially on Legendary, you're so vulnerable while you use it. It's almost detrimental to you. So you can't really tell. I haven't been in a good position for it yet. But it has a large explosive radius. I think it's bigger than the frag grenade. So it can do a bunch of area of effect damage, hurting or killing enemies that get caught in the radius. Hello. Can you not do this? You do this all the time. Please be done now. Come down. Get down from there. Alright. Don't shoot at me. Excuse you. There. Not quite a perfect showcase of its AoE capabilities, but it can be super deadly. Especially if you get a group of like 3 or 4 grunts and then like a jackal sitting next to each other, super combine one of them, they all go boom. Goodbye. Encounter defeated.
Another bandit dropping in behind us. They're trying to flank us. Fall back, men. Marines, we are leaving.
Aren't you already? No. Everyone else fell back but you, and now you're doing it too? Come on. It's like it knows that I'm streaming, so the game is just being a bitch today. So the needler is, it fills, I guess I would call it the opposite role to the plasma pistol, where instead of being really good at stripping shields and being more or less ignorable under other circumstances, the needler does almost no shield damage and then will annihilate you in half a second if you have no shields. It is horrifying because you can't be super combined, so I figured it can have that big damage offset to make it something that you want to pay attention to. Let's see if we can get these guys. No. Maybe that? No. Assholes, I want you all to explode. I want it to be a group event, and you're just being mean to me instead. Goodbye. Jackal shields are a lot weaker, but they still have more HP than elite miners, so they're a little bit difficult to get through without a plasma pistol, but it's certainly more doable.
Fire Team Charlie. Reach your 5x5. That you, Four Hammer? Roger, Fire Team.
And you will get to hear more Sergeant Johnson dialogue because of this mod.
Four Hammer, we can use the lift. We have survivors to transport to the command shuttle.
I'm on my way.
Look, more lifeboats. They're coming in fast. If those lifeboats make
Not as fast as these random FPS drops.
Hammer, we need you to disengage your Warthog. The Master Chief and I are going to see if we can save some soldiers. Roger, Cortana. Okay, Charlie Team, Warthog deployed. Saddle up and give them hell.
Doing weird things with my
Hammer, stand by to evac
computer.
survivors and transport them to safety. That's affirmative. Echo 419, staying on.
I'm assuming I didn't break anything, but hopefully I'll find out.
Master Chief and I need some backup. Can you spare a few men?
All right, ladies. Volunteers, step up on the double.
Aw.
We get to the drop ship.
Poor Johnson. Big sad. I have made the Warthog faster and heavier. I also messed with its,
someone built it, so it must lead somewhere.
I guess
The Covenant battle map.
I would call it its weight distribution.
Practical data on
There are a bunch of different points on it that have like different levels of weight to them, which is what makes it move through the air the way it does.
their chatter.
I changed those. As far as I'm aware, you can still beat the game, but when you go off the big jump on the Maw, you will get flipped. Like, you'll land on the hood. And it's not perfect, but you can still beat it. I need to fine-tune it more. What the f... Why was that elite going in the opposite direction from which he... Uh-oh. Sorry, fellas. Okay, but you're alive. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Oh, god damn it. Come on, guys. You're gonna do me like that in the middle of a live stream. Man, my friends are all gonna make fun of me. That's unfortunate. There are a lot more things that I would like to do with this mod, but I did want to keep myself confined to what is simple. I didn't want to, like, add custom weapons and create custom BSPs and like 1,000 other things, because I'm only one person, and I don't really think I did a lot of super big changes that are, like, worth note or of any real importance. I just tried to make the game a little bigger, and I tried to... I wouldn't really say I tried to bring it more in line with later entries, because it's a slippery slope. I tried to make it easier so that I could have bigger battles in missions like Assault on the Control Room and the Silent Cartographer. And I could add additional encounters to this level without having to break everything and make it impossibly difficult. The mod overall, I would say it's probably... I would say it's about 45% easier than base Combat Evolved. Especially on Legendary and Heroic. I wanted to
There's new traffic on the Covenant.
keep the potential
A lot more crew
of beating the game without dying.
The captain really gave them
But I also wanted to make it so that you could play a little bit looser, and you could just kind of have fun with it, rather than having to be, like,
an effective resistance.
hyper serious and precise with how you engage every single encounter to try and hope to survive. Hey, it's your first display of vehicle damage. Is it stupid and illogical that it's just the antenna sparking? Yes. Did I have another good way to do it? No. Where's your buddy? Suppose this is time to show this off. Third-person passenger seat for Warthog. With functional gun! Wow! Holy surprise, Batman. Oh, you are really smoking. Okay. Oh, I'm getting audio bugs. Never had those happen to me before. I suppose I am live streaming this while I play. Oh no. Man, my Marines are getting destroyed. They never have days like this. My Marines are like really lucky most of the time. I feel bad. Is this all my fault? Have I lost my touch? Can I not save my own men anymore? Did I break something? I fucking have no clue. We're gonna move on from all that. Oh man. Okay. I thought that was gonna hurt my car a lot more than it did.
They took cover in that structure. Let's check that.
Can you guys just leave me alone? I think of every weapon in the game, the Needler is the one that got the biggest buff. I mean, like the assault rifle got a pretty sizable buff. I wanted it to be consistent. The Magnum got a nerf, but I am planning on buffing it a little bit. I don't want it to be useless. The worst thing I could do is make it redundant, and I feel like I've made the other weapons good enough to a point where I would just choose not to use the Magnum.
The interior of the structure before we leave.
I think it needs a few little changes, and then it will be in line with everything else. Oh, I missed real bad. Oh, man, it bounced off his gun. I'm having a day. All of my Marines are dying. I'm accidentally punching dead bodies instead of live ones.
Hey, look! I'm not fine! Roger that.
Buddy.
Marines! Assemble for evac! Pronto!
Buddy.
I kicked ass.
What were you doing there, pal? That was
We should secure the area before the dropship arrives.
a strange set of decisions you made there. You confuse me. Can't be that many enemies left alive. Is there like a grunt or a jackal over here? Yeah. A grunt just happened to hide in the right spot. Bonk.
Echo 419 to Cortana, come in.
We read you, Echo 419. We have survivors and need immediate dust-off.
Roger, Cortana. On my way. I spotted additional life zones in your area. One near a rock slide, and another near the head of the river. Hard to see from my altitude, but it looks like there are more survivors.
Nice.
Acknowledged. We're on our way.
I have also made crewmen that wear the combat fatigues, like the Marines do. Are you one of them?
Hey, stop!
Yep.
Hey, stop! Come on,
That's all he has to say.
everybody out!
He doesn't really mind that I shot him. He just wants me to stop.
Roll!
He's mad that I never stopped.
Showtime!
Now the next encounter is one that I love for pretty much all the wrong reasons. The banshees that fly around in this area don't stand a fucking chance against the warthog. Once their shields go down, they're pretty much already dead.
Hey, nice and smooth now!
And goodbye. And you're next.
How'd that feel? Stay on target!
So, I guess another important thing of note is that all weapons in the game use slow projectile speeds now, kind of like Halo 3. It's one of the things about Halo 3 that I very much like, is the weapons asking you to kind of close the gap and think about how you engage based on bullets needing to be led. Even though that wording was super sloppy, I think the point got across. I hope it did. It's like, sure, you can shoot at an enemy who's like, you know, a mile away, but are you actually going to be able to hit them? Like that guy. Might not have noticed this super well, but
You can't hide from me.
it took a little tiny bit for my bullet to reach him, so if he were to be moving, it would be that much more difficult for me to hit them. Also, the assault rifle doesn't move the Warthog, but the sniper rifle will. I found a way to give the guns like knockback, basically. It was a part of the damage system that I did not understand. It was just like a random little line of code. Oh, why did you do that? Oh my god, you were so lucky I got stuck on this fucking tree. You owe your life to that tree, man. Anyway, the only reason that I even figured out that that thing in the damage files was what gave weapons the ability to like impart movement physics stuff was Vengeful Vadam just did a video talking about stuff that was like cut in Halo 2. And he mentioned that there was a version of the carbine that had like really high acceleration. It's like instantaneous acceleration or something. It's part of the damage files. And as soon as you said that, I'm like, wait a minute, that's what that's for? So I went and looked at all of the different explosive weapons, and I'm like, holy fucking shit, that's what that was for. That whole time I was super confused about how explosions imparted physics, and it was literally staring me in the fucking face. Son of a bitch.
Make sure there are no Covenant hiding in the area.
That's the plan.
I found him.
Bye, Grunt.
Echo 419 to Cortana. Bowhammer's on station and ready for affirmative, Bowhammer. We're ready for dust off.
I meant to do that.
We're going to look for the last lifeboat, Echo 419. Good luck.
Hey, that was mine.
Warning. I picked up reports that the Covenant has located and secured the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. The good news is the captain is still alive. The bad news is that the Covenant has captured the entire surviving unit. Let's hurry and find the final lifeboat and link up with the rest of the survivors.
You son of a bitch, get back here. That's better. I'm going to do that. I don't know if that will actually make my FPS any better or not, but
Hey, I've been sniping little prick.
Gonna try that just in case. Maybe it'll make it better. Maybe not. I have no clue. This whole live stream, the whole me uploading the mod, completely out of left field. Took me like all afternoon, but it felt like it was time. You know, I can't just sit on this forever. Eventually, I have to release it.
Not a scratch. Okay, over here.
Oh. Yeah, another thing is that the weapons have all gotten ammo increases. They're pretty small, but it can make a difference. There are occasions where the extra bullets go a long way.
Look, a Mark V.
You took your time.
Over here. Nailed him. Engaging multiple targets.
Drop ships can be destroyed,
Your medicine.
but they look terrible.
Come on.
I'm,
There's no stopping me.
not great at
No problem.
a lot of the stuff required for making a good mod. I don't know how to make custom animations or anything too crazy like that.
Covering fire.
The only reason I know how to do any of the things that I did for this was because I just started opening files and going, what does that do? How does that work? I've played this game for 20 years. I think I understand why that makes it work that way. I'll change it to do this way instead. And it kind of just fell into place.
I'm fine.
Hence why I'm calling it Halo Combat Disheveled. It is a fucking mess. I know maybe about a quarter of the things I did, and that quarter of things could be right, it could be wrong. I genuinely don't know.
There's more where that came from. Come on, keep it up.
Well, you can destroy drop ships, but you have to hit them in a hyper-specific spot.
No running.
For some reason, the only part of the model that seems to take damage when shot are
More of them.
the doors on the tubes. Like the things on the sides that open up, that seems to be the only spot on the whole model that will take damage when shot. I have no idea why. It doesn't make any sense.
Stay on target.
And probably the nicest thing, none of the game will soft lock.
Fire.
Like any time where you can destroy one of these, it's not gonna break the game if you do.
Hey, mate, that was mine. You stole my kill.
That's the last of them. Roger that. I'm on my way.
New traffic on the Covenant Battlenet. I found Captain Keyes. He's being held on a Covenant cruiser. The Truth and Reconciliation. A ship I disabled.
I love the music in this game.
The Truth and
Oh,
Reconciliation
man.
touched down on a desert plateau roughly 300 kilometers upspin.
Ugh.
All right,
Not a scratch.
get aboard and let's get out of here.
Welcome aboard, Master Chief. Ready for dust off.
How you doing, bud? You look You look a little worried. He looks a little stunned, like he's not really sure what to do. It's like, are we just gonna get left behind? You're just gonna refuse to get in? There's 2 more seats in the back there, right? Alright, fine then. Hold still. Yes.
Okay, over here. What was that? Give me an angle.
See, like where they're shooting, that seems to be the only spot that'll take damage, and I don't know why. It just felt like it didn't really matter what changes I made to the weapons. Like on the Scorpion tank, it just didn't really feel like it was doing more or less damage until I started shooting it in that specific spot.
I had that one. No problem.
Don't be jealous.
Good to go.
Roger that. I'm on my way.
New traffic on a Covenant battlement. I found Captain Keyes. He's being held on a
Alright.
the Truth and Reconciliation. Ship I disabled before we abandoned the Otter. The Truth and Reconciliation touched down on a distant patrol roughly 300 kilometers upstream.
That's better.
Let's do it. Let's
There's
go.
our ride. Get aboard and let's get out of here.
Welcome aboard, Master Chief. Ready for dust off.
Everyone gets left behind.
Need your help on a rescue mission.
This is a part that I personally love. It makes pretty much 0 gameplay difference, but
Captain Keyes.
it's a personal achievement.
The Truth and Reconciliation. The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
So how do we get inside the ship if it's in the air?
The Corps issued me a rifle, not wings.
There's a gravity lift that ferries troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock onto the tracking signal from Captain Keyes' neural
Hit him,
implants.
Marines. Go, go, go. The Corps ain't paying us by the hour.
Stick to the higher
There's a certain Sergeant Johnson here, who didn't fucking work.
I've detected Covenant stationary guns.
I had to re-script that entire opening cutscene. Like, the way the Marines are deployed,
Covertly take out as many.
what was happening was
Don't open fire until you hear the enemy.
Sergeant Johnson was here, but he was just a generic AI with Johnson's voice. Which didn't work very well. But yeah,
Your glasses, boy.
you'll notice he's very sturdy.
Real good, jackass. Ease up, son. Cease fire.
He could take a few hits. So yeah, Johnson is now invincible. He's your best bud on the whole planet. Johnson, why are you shooting? Is he even hitting anything, or is he just shooting at nothing? Realistically, it should have been one of the first things that I mentioned, but jump height has been increased, so you can jump as high as you can in Halo 2 or Halo 3. And I kind of think that this was the plan from, like, the get-go. It feels like jump height in this game should be a little higher, and I feel the gameplay experience is just better off for it. Like, some of it's little stuff, you know, just like little jumps that you can make that are super inconsequential, but just kind of make sense for a Halo game. Yeah, Johnson has dialogue for this level, but you never hear it. In spite of him being in that intro cutscene. You can faintly hear him in the background. Yeah, he has quite a bit of dialogue in this level that you never hear under normal gameplay circumstances because he just doesn't spawn in with you. And I think it works a lot better to have him along. So in spite of the mild difficulties I had in that intro cutscene and getting him to spawn and everything, it was worth it in the long run. It's nice to just have the perpetual backup.
Catch this! Keep it up! One of you freak. Oh!
Which one of you free? Ooh!
Covenant forces detected up ahead. The path up on the left should let us sneak up around them.
We'll hang back while you get to position, Chief. Right on!
He tried to help me out with that. He almost got him.
Cortana to fire
See?
team Charlie.
I told you the extra help along makes such a big difference.
Roger that.
Only downside of the sniper rifle having the acceleration now is you can just tip over the gun turrets if you shoot them right.
Alert! Covenant dropships are inbound.
Yeah, it's always something.
Damn, mate, way to go! Flag out! Raise out!
Sounds like they're saying flag.
Wrong man! Look!
My ears are having an after hours moment, it would seem. Who threw that nade? Damn, whichever one of you guys threw that was spot on. That was amazing. That would have gotten stuck in between his fucking hooves. Even if I had sniped that elite, he would have been so dead.
Can't hide from me! Good one! Hey, good one!
Where the hell did that body come from? I stuck him like long before I came around that corner.
We're directly under the ship now.
Good work, Marines.
The Covenant use a gravity lift to move troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. We need to ambush them at the grav lift's loading zone and use the lift to enter the ship.
Covenant forces sighted. Let's hit them, Charlie team. Crap, those stationary guns are gonna tear us to pieces.
And it's a good thing that I shot at them.
Alert! Covenant dropships are inbound.
I hear it.
How'd that feel?
There it comes.
Keep it up!
I feel like you could probably kill this thing if you were in a co-op session. Had both players and the different gun turrets shooting at it from multiple angles. What the fuck? Did Johnson flip my turret? Oh no, another one down. The Marines are not having a good time.
Get cocky now. We lost that round, Marine.
Yeah, we kind of did. Oh my god, that was such a good fucking nade. See, man, I told you having Sergeant Johnson along is just the best.
Don't get cocky.
Just me and Johnson.
Don't bother getting up.
Get out. Bullets and grenades.
What the heck? Can't get them off.
Poor hunters can't deal with sniper rifles.
Cortana to Echo 419. We've reached the gravity lift and are ready for reinforcements. Copy that, Cortana. Hold tight, gentlemen. Bowhammer out.
Once we're inside the ship, I can home in on the captain's command neural interface. We'll probably be in or near the ship's brig, which should narrow our search.
Echo 419 inbound. Clear the drop zone.
There he is.
Alright, guys.
Everybody out.
Are you ready to commit murder? Let's go commit murder. I didn't really mean to skip the cutscene, but oh well.
No Covenant defenses.
Cutscene is the same, so we didn't really miss anything.
Covenant here. Think maybe nobody's home.
Maybe nobody's home.
Where are they?
They are. They are fucking everywhere. That's where.
Fire in the hole. Target down. Whoa. Don't worry. They'll be moving. What the? Oh, I'm on fire!
Don't get cocky now.
Let's find him.
Come out right.
Never
This
learn.
one ain't getting up. My fault.
Right on. They're even uglier when they're dead.
Whoa. Nice shot. Firing.
Fan out and search.
Wow. Keep it up. I thought this would move. Keep it up.
Excellent.
The most fun thing about the sniper rifle now is that you can slide bodies around on the floor just by shooting them. Like, it's such a goofy fucking thing to do, but it's so funny.
School is now in session.
I completely forgot about that until Johnson started shooting the body of the elite.
Back me up. Hey, quit hugging them all.
Then start killing them. Not hogging, you're just not killing. Uh-oh. Okay. That could have been worse, but it could have been better too.
Looks dead to me.
Thanks for not annihilating me, Johnson.
How about that door? The door's locked, sir. I can't bypass it. Can't get through here.
We can use the side passages to find a way around.
We'd be sitting ducks in that narrow space. We can hold this position if you can find a way around and open the door from the other side, Chief.
Chief, let's see if we can find a way to open this door.
I should see if I can get the commands that are used in the second level that like have them walk over to you and stop to look at you. I was kind of hoping I could have that, but oh well.
That's the locked door down there. The Marines are waiting on the other side. The controls to open it must be somewhere in this room.
You're an Ultra. Look, it's the big guys. The assholes that are everywhere in Halo 2. Aw, I was gonna punch you and kill you. I guess I'll just have to fight you regular. I figured he was gonna take 10 hours to throw that grenade in an enclosed space. I'm just fast enough. I should be able to get behind him. Obviously, I was mistaken. You think that this is one of the top software companies in the world. Obviously, you are mistaken. If anyone gets that reference, please let me know. Hi guys. Everyone lived, yay.
Frag out. Covering fire.
There's a
You're almost a man.
50-50 chance that this room breaks and just like locks up for some reason. I have no idea what causes it, but there's a chance that the last wave of enemies just won't spawn and we'll get stuck in here.
I'm not sticking around. Does anyone see him? I'm gone, man. This is suicide, man.
Why are you all running away?
Frag them.
You're not, you're just complaining for the sake of hearing yourselves complain? Okay. What was that about? They were like all convinced we were fucked, and
Leave some
Then they said they were gonna leave, and they didn't.
There it is. Clear. Right there, amigo. Kick ass.
I love Mendoza. Yay, it didn't break.
All clear, sir.
We should get moving.
All right, everybody stay cool. Yell if you see anything.
Best line in the whole game. Oh man. I have to change the way I'm sitting so I don't murder my poor spine. I'm a wee bit uncomfortable.
Covering fire! Hey, that one was mine! Let me get that for you.
Not sure why he was back there. I don't know that I've ever seen him just not be within combat distance. That was weird. Look, it's fuel rod grunts. I believe those are also Grunt Heavies. So that's the first time you get to see Grunt Heavies in this mod. So yeah, Heavies from Halo 2 are now here, along with Ultras from Halo 2, and Zealots from Reach. Kind of a weird combo, but it's what I went with.
Where'd they go?
Over here! Whoa! They won't mess with us again.
Can I see the ones that are hiding? I can. Awesome. Oh man.
Keep it up.
Hey, which way should we go now? All the doors on this level are locked. Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door. Better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day. Working on it.
Careful, could be anywhere.
Look who it is. More assholes again. He should be weak. Yeah. Hi. Ow. There he goes, T-posing again. Johnson, did you happen to shoot him in the spine? By any chance? Were you responsible for that?
Nice shot.
The door is open. Everyone should move through now.
Okay.
Can't guarantee that it won't lock again when it closes.
Oh man. I need to take like 30 seconds for my spine. I'm gonna go get some water. Now the real question is, did I set this up? No. It's just a black screen. Okay. I need water, so I'll be right back. I'll go as fast as I can. I'll be right back. Okay. See, as fast as I could. Now, I should be sitting better. In theory.
Fire in the hole! Hey! Cancel Christmas!
I haven't heard him say that for a while. I was starting to think I was crazy. The first time I heard him say that, I was very confused.
Use some for me, huh? Let me get that.
Bungie, they sure must be real happy that they released this game when they did. You couldn't make a game like Halo Combat Evolved today. People would get mad over the idea of you canceling Christmas.
There's no sense going in at anything less than full strength.
Cortana to Foehammer. We need additional support troops. We're going to open the shuttle bay door again, move in, and drop off reserve troops on my signal. I copy, Cortana. Echo 419, standing by for your signal.
Nice shot. Keep it up.
Fire in the hole! What was that? Oh, crap. Sorry. That'll teach him.
Very much so.
That right.
Cortana to Echo 419. The shuttle bay door is open. You can start your approach. Roger.
Alright, can we walk over here, Johnson? Thanks. Last couple of times that I've done this, he got knocked off of the platform and I had to go all the way back down and then escort him all the way back. It's big waste of time. I want him to be here for the whole thing. It's only just. Huh, he's taller than I thought. And better looking, too. That was a hit shot.
Cover me. Whoa!
Oh. I wanted to stick him. But I mean, I guess murder via fragmentation. Oh no! I mean, at least he moved himself like as far away from the rest of us as he could. Hi. Bonk.
Right on. Careful, it could be anywhere. Who's with me? Yikes! Shot. Can't hide from me. On the way.
Where's everybody? Guys. There he is. Most important man in all of science fiction. Give him a pat on the back.
Check your targets, Marines.
What a passive fucking thing to say while staring me in the eyes. Are we sure Sergeant Johnson isn't from Minnesota?
Nice shot. See that? Next time you guys can help.
He doesn't just call me a jackass. He's just like, hey everybody, watch where you shoot. While staring me in the fucking eyes, too. I don't think it would be anywhere as funny if he was actually like looking around the room. It only works if he's like, check your fire, Marines! It does not work any other way. It just isn't as funny. Okay. We're gonna see about...
How's your insurance?
What the fuck? Not only did you give us all away, but you killed one of our own in the process. Three. Everybody else is fucking dead, man. Everybody else fucking died.
Captain's transponder signal is strong.
Dude, that one Marine screwed the pooch for all of us.
Plan the story here while you go after the captain. Good luck.
Yeah, there's another bit of Johnson dialogue you rarely, if ever, get to hear. I think it is possible that he'll spawn when you're in the grav lift room. I love the fucking frag grenades. I gave them a 0.5 second timer, so when they are at rest, after 0.5 seconds, they just explode. And it is so fantastic. They are the most perfect opening attack. If you really want to surprise your enemies and feel like a badass in this mod, you just toss a nade into a room, make sure that it lands on the floor, and that's it. You win. Oh, he's still alive? How are you? Pretty good, huh? Alright. Hey, thanks, Matt. I mean, obviously I enjoy it, but I am kind of biased. I mean, if you get the chance, install the mod, let me know what you think. I'm talking a little bit about things as I go, kind of just trying to have fun.
Let's be ready to move.
Yes, sir.
Fun bug. I screwed up this cutscene at one time. All of the crewmen were holding other crewmen in their hands. They were just holding T-posing crewmen for a while. I think the build I was on for like a month was just that. It's just crewmen holding T-posing Marines in their hands. It was so goofy. And they were holding them by the feet too. It was amazing.
They believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast, unimaginable power.
That's true. The Covenant kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
Now I see. I have intercepted a number of messages about a Covenant search team scouting for a control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire human race. Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move!
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the point.
Oh, that's still busted. I think there are 2 chapter names that are broken, where the spacing isn't right. I have no idea how those broke. Wow, we fucked them up. Oh, these guys are just unloading with the plasma rifles. I don't remember you guys being this good last time. Last time I packaged these levels, you guys were kind of dumb. I mean, you're still kind of dumb. You haven't killed either of the jackals. Alright. They're trying, though. They're giving it their all. Never got over the Marines being confused by plasma grenades. Like, at this point in the series, we've been at war with the Covenant for at least 30 years. And they see the blue orbs of death, and they're just like, huh, I wonder what that is. I should go pick it up. Why are you so confused by this? You are in fucking danger. You should know better.
Nailed them.
He's already dead! And I'm not even sure if you hit him. I'm not sure if I'm just noticing the Marines being more goofy right now, or if they're actually being weirder than usual.
See ya!
This is super weird. Certainly living up to the name all of a sudden. This time last week, I remember things being way smoother. Oh, that's Johnson still alive. Okay. Yeah, I added more enemies to the encounter in here, and I made it so the Marines don't immediately die. If they're up here on the platform, there's an elite that will spawn like right on top of them with a sword, so a few of them, if not all of them, will die if they have bad luck, but because Johnson can just tank rounds to the face He'll be fine.
We're screwed, man!
Stow the bellyaching, soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
Love his smile still. He always looks so fucking goofy. When you look at Captain Keyes, he's just like, I just got shot with 4 needles. I think I got a checkpoint, so that's something else I can show real quick. Where'd you go, Keyes?
What the hell?
No! We got the captain. Covenant have already
I had that one.
Okay, so the music made it really hard to hear, but I changed the game loss timer so that you can actually hear her whole dialogue line when Captain Keyes dies, rather than it just getting cut off halfway through, because that always bugged me. Yeah, I always thought it was really weird that all of the Marines in the control room just instantaneously die. Like, I feel like it would be way more interesting for you to come back and they're in the middle of being attacked by the Covenant. It would make more sense than just like 2 stealth elites showing up to do all the work while you're gone. There was another thing kind of like that I wanted to do at one point in the Silent Cartographer. There's an encounter that I restored in that level. There were supposed to be Marines that survived the Pelican crash after you unlock the actual Silent Cartographer facility from the little security station. There was supposed to be a few Marines that survived, and I went through a bunch of work and I coded it so that when they would kill the elite in that encounter, they would like run all the way back to the beach, and then the Covenant would chase after them. So if you dropped down to help them right away, you could follow them back to the beach, and then the Covenant would follow after you, and you could have like a reverse beach rush kind of thing going on. And I replaced all the scripts at one point because I broke something. And I had one time I changed the encounter block wrong, so the Covenant were on your team, but they would still attack you. It was super weird. They would be yellow, they wouldn't have the red reticle when you look at them, and then every now and again they would just shoot and like fire one round at you, and then keep running. It was super buggy, and I fixed it, and then I had to remove it. I don't remember what exactly changed. There's another use of the fuel rod grunts. Several Marines are not having a good time. They are not appreciating this situation. Hey look, here come the Banshees, working properly. Ah. It's super inspiring to see those working the right way, but they're probably gonna break in the next update. Marine, did you just try to frag a Banshee? I mean, you kind of did it, but it was already dead at that point. Oh no! That elite got betrayed! Charged plasma pistol right to the spine. And for the more vehicularly inclined, ghosts. How many of you survived? 2, 4, 5? Stop running around so much, guys. I can't see how many of you there are. Yeah, 5. 5 Marines. Usually more of them survive that. I don't have any skulls on, no. So my AI is just a little goofier than usual.
Come on, floor it!
And I'm pretty sure I made it so that if you get into the ghosts...
Okay, let's move out.
Yep.
Let's go find the map room that will show us the location of Halo's control center.
Getting into the ghosts hits the same trigger that getting into the Warthog does, so if you want, you can just take one of those ghosts through the mission. Oh, crap. That's not good. Okay. Thank God he didn't shoot at me, because that would have been bad. I mean, I've been super interested in Halo modding since, like, 2008, back when people were uploading AI wars onto YouTube in, you know, old 4x3 with, like... Oh, what the hell was the song that I always heard them use? It was, Paralyzer by Finger 11. So I've been super interested in modding Halo forever, but it wasn't until a few years ago when people like Ruby and Vengeful Vadam started doing more stuff, and I found their YouTube channels, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm glad to see that, like, Halo modding isn't dead. And it was one of those things where the crazier other people's stuff got, the more interested I was in picking it back up again, and then 343 released the mod tools, and unfortunately that was around the same time that my first half-decent computer decided to join the other ones that I used to have in being a massive pile of doo-doo. So I had to take a break for about 4 months, and then I lost all of my data when I built my new computer. So I pretty much had to start from scratch, just using an old spreadsheet that I had on my Google Drive for reference. And for the past, like, 7 or 8 months, I've just been plugging away at this. Every little thing that I could think of has made it in. Except for the things that don't want to work. Like, I would love to make this mod multiplayer compatible. I feel like I have enough interesting ideas going on that it would be fun to play with multiplayer, but I would have to change the way vehicles work, because vehicles in this game don't actually respawn. They just get reset to their spawn position. Like, they just get teleported across the map, basically. And it's not what I would like, is vehicles being like a one-use thing at the very start of a level. Or a match of multiplayer. So, unfortunately, right now it's campaign only. But I got it to a place where it's functional, and I fixed a few of the bugs that I created, like the crewmen holding more crewmen in their hands. That was a fun one, though.
Have you found the control center? Negative, Captain. The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation's
To sum it up, rather than, you know, relaying a 10-page essay to you, YouTubers that make Halo mods inspired me to pick it back up again for the first time in a long time.
there is a path to the interior of the island. We need to find the security override and get the door open.
I definitely need to buff the Magnum again. I think it's the accuracy. My favorite CE mod is a great question. I'm not sure, though, off the top of my head. I never got a chance to play a lot of the older ones. The only two that I've played were Ruby's Rebalanced and SPV3, which I definitely need to revisit. I had a lot of fun the first time I played that, but I was playing on a computer that could barely run it at the time. What was the other one that I remember? I remember Flood Forgotten Exile. That one was fun. I think I played that one. It was either I played that one or I watched a YouTube video and went, man, that looks fun. My memory is very shoddy sometimes. Oh, Joe State and Grunts. You are my favorite thing in the universe. Ow. Oh, he's T-posing. He's mad. I still don't know why they T-pose. I don't know if that's a bug with the mod tools. Oh, I played Lumoria back in the day, too. I played that on my shitter-ass laptop in, like, 2013. That one was so fun. I think I messed around with that in SPV3, but I don't remember if I finished it. SPV3 is interesting, but I can understand why people wouldn't care for it. That was a very sad way to go. I'm sorry I did you dirty like that. That was... that's on me. That was my bad. Yeah, I guess so. I think SPV3 is interesting. I have not played Reach Extinction, I don't think. I know I played one of the Reach mods. I don't remember which Reach mod I played. I didn't get to play much of it because, again, I was playing that one on my crappy computer that killed itself. I don't know what was wrong with that computer, but it had this thing where after an hour or an hour and a half of playtime in any game, it would just destroy itself. It would, like, lock up. It would crash like a video game would, where it would freeze, the audio would start repeating, and then it would just sit there until I turned it off. It was super weird. I never figured out what was wrong with it, but I don't have that problem anymore. CE is part of the reason that I decided to make a Combat Evolved mod was because it's my favorite game in all... God, probably just my favorite game. Like, it's my favorite Halo game, for sure, the campaign. In spite of the repeating level sections and stuff, there's just something about the gameplay here that just works so perfectly. It never gets old. But CE from... I mean, I think it has the most robust tools as well. So the mods for Combat Evolved are just nuts. It's been really cool to see people using the Halo 3 mod tools to do similarly crazy stuff as of late. I'm not as big in the mod scene as I probably should be, because, I mean, modders, my god, some people have just the most amazing ideas. Oh yeah, I also did the really basic thing of making it so that hunters they can't be headshotted with pistols and snipers anymore. So you actually have to perform the dance, which is horrifying. I don't think I've heard of that. Operation Purge Point. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. I was wondering when you guys were gonna start dying. Thanks for helping. You killed your Bond brother. And batted around his corpse. Holy shit, can you die already, pal? Halo CE would be... Definitely, that's the game I would recommend if somebody was gonna basically backport Halo Infinite. It would probably be really tough, but doable. Also, this is one thing that I never figured out how to fix. This elite, he refuses to step onto the glass because it's like a slightly lower plane. So he just gets stuck and gets confused, and he just walks back and forth like a fucking idiot. I shouldn't be mad about that, but it's one of these tiny little things that I really wanted was an encounter in this room that just doesn't quite work. If I was better at like 3D modeling and stuff and knew how to pull BSPs out of the game, I could probably fix it by altering it, but I don't want to do that either, because I know I would be like, oh, so now I'm gonna build whole new campaign missions. I'm gonna like reshuffle the BSP order in the whole game and add 18,000 different new locations with new encounters, and I would just go off the deep end. Oh crap, I forgot about you. Oh my god, I should have died there. Jesus Christ. I heard the sword and nearly shit myself. That scared me so bad. I made this fucking mod and I forgot about the sword elite. And I only added that like last month. That's one of the newer editions. If anything should be fresh in my mind, it should be that, and I fucking forgot. Oh dear god. Okay. Now that I'm done being panicked by an elite with a fucking energy sword, everything should be fine. I have no bullets. That's not inspiring.
Chief, Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought we could. Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any cargo we can salvage.
You guys are taking your sweet time to get over here. Guess I don't really mind that, though. One of the Marines did a really weird voice line that I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like he was doing an impression of Christopher Walken.
Let's roll!
Yeah, see, those are the Marines that were supposed to be there, but got cut. Like, all of the scripts for them exist now, but they were disabled in Sapien. They didn't have spawn points set up. No, this is probably going to be really dodgy. I think this Warthog has really low health.
Whoa! Where'd he go?
Hold still, you big bastard. Stop running. Okay, he's dead. That's fine, I guess we can just shoot them with guns. So boring. Alright, I think that's clear. Oh yeah, something I should mention before I forget. The mod does not currently support remastered graphics because the remastered graphics have a lot of issues. For some reason, objects like the barriers that you can stand behind, for some reason, like there'll be pelicans or those giant oxygen tank things. And when you're in single player, those anniversary objects have collision, so you'll be like walking through a hallway and there'll just be a pelican in the way that you can't get past. For some reason, they don't have collision in multiplayer. Only, like, if you're in co-op with somebody else, anniversary objects that are different from classic graphics objects just won't have collision, but otherwise, like, you're blocked. It's super weird. And I have no idea how to fix it, so I'm just having remastered graphics turned off for the time being. I should go. Yeah, I should go. What's the difference between this mod and CE? For the most part, it's difficulty and enemies. I want more enemies, I want the battles to feel bigger, especially the next level. Assault on the Control Room, I just felt like it's the perfect level for large-scale battles, and it's because of the original Xbox hardware, they didn't really get to do anything too crazy with it. But I also, I mean, if you want more enemies, the game kind of has to be a little easier. You can't, like, imagine if Halo 2 had 3 times as many enemies as it does, but you still had to play it on Halo 2 Legendary. Like, it would just be way too much and it wouldn't be fun. So, my counter for having more enemies is making things a little bit easier. But I mean, the assault rifle has like a short wind-up time now. It starts shooting at 14 rounds a second, and after, I think it's 0.2 seconds, it will... Kind of. And I wanted things to be bigger, but I also wanted to add more stuff. I don't know much about Massive Campaign, unfortunately, so I can just basically be like, oh, well, my mod has like a stronger needler, it has a stronger assault rifle, it has a rocket launcher with a bigger blast radius, it has vehicles that can be destroyed. You know, like the Warthog and the Scorpion can eventually be blown up. Will you ever actually lose them in campaign? Probably not, but it's possible. The problem is that after a certain point, I stopped keeping track of all the things that I changed. So, there's only so much that I can really remember altering. And it's also, there's just as much, like, technical mumbo-jumbo that even I barely understand. It's... I tried to cover everything in the lightest way possible on the mod description page.
Cortana to Captain Keys.
But I didn't... I don't remember everything that I've changed. Like, I know for a fact that the Warthog is faster than it is in the base game, and I think it has a 1.3 gravity scale, so it feels like it weighs more. That was a terrible grenade on my part. Sorry about that. The active camouflage lasts for 60 seconds. And I believe in base game it's 30 or 45. Jump height is a little bit higher. You move a little bit slower, but I think you have faster acceleration, so you can keep your momentum in spite of, you know, moving, like going from moving forwards to moving left, you don't slow down as much. Some weapons, like the Needler and the Rocket Launcher, have increased melee damage. The Assault Rifle does a crap ton of damage to health, like Grunts, enemy elites without shields. They're screwed. You will shred them like they're made of tissues. But on the flip side, the Assault Rifle can't take out an elite major or stronger in a single magazine. You just don't have enough bullets for it. The Needler Super Combine has a much larger explosive radius, so it has kind of like an area of effect damage that it'll do. So if enemies are really closely grouped together, you can blow up like 5 or 6 guys with one explosive. But they don't do EMP damage anymore, so... I mean, I love animation, just as a concept, but I'm terrible at it. I don't have, like, a digital art pad or anything, so I can't do anything digitally. I think I did a flip book in middle school, but I think it was terrible, and I probably threw it away, because I was 12, and I was like, this sucks, I hate myself. I'm no artist, yeah. Music, thanks to my father, I am a metalhead. So I listen to a lot of metal and hard rock and thrash. Hey, the Marines are dead. The scripting that kills them didn't break. Okay. You guys made your point. I'm gonna go. Have fun. Goodbye. Yeah, I love animation more than probably anything. I mean, there's just so much you can do with animation that you could never do any other way. CG is definitely getting to that point now, but I mean, animation, like, just classic 2D animation is just so awesome. Growing up with cartoons from the early 2000s and the mid-90s on rerun, I feel like I grew up in the golden age of cartoons. There have been a few really good ones since back then, but nothing will ever come close to like Samurai Jack, or Dexter's Laboratory, or Johnny Bravo, or Kids Next Door, or Teen Titans. I always forget about Teen Titans, even though I absolutely adore that show so much. Other interests. Food, I guess, is a big one. I love cooking, even though I don't do it all that often. I'm really good at making cake, for some reason. That's one of the weird things about me, is that I make good cake somehow, and I don't understand it. I don't know that that could have been a cleaner attack. Hold this! Shit, I missed. How did you... Did you do that? Was that you? You with the blue shield over there? Was that... I wouldn't be surprised if that was you. Jackals are assholes. If anybody was gonna kill a grunt, you know, through accidental friendly fire, it would definitely be a jackal. I'm betting it was him. He gets an extra punch for that.
The Covenant presence here is stronger than I anticipated. They seem to have the entire region secured. Interesting. The weather patterns here seem natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning. Or if the designers want to be this way.
You always give me away.
This is Fire Team Zulu requesting immediate assistance from any UNSC forces. Does anyone copy? Over.
I didn't think there were any human forces left.
Well, there's my first death. I got B-bombed. Animation ideas.
Natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning. Or if the designers want to be.
Unfortunately, I'm not really good for coming up with ideas for stuff like that. Oh no, not again! Ah! What was that second explosion?
Interesting.
Alright, sounds good. I hope you like it.
Natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning.
I'm not 150% on how stuff on Nexus mods works, but if you have any ideas or recommendations for changes or anything like that, you can leave them there.
Forces left on this project.
I'll probably check this video a couple of times within the next few days, so you could leave it on the VOD when I'm done. I'll probably find it. I'm gonna try and have an update out within a week or two that changes some small things, because I'm reaching the point where I don't know much else, like what I should do with this mod. I have a friend of mine I played with. So on Nexus mods, let me pull it up on here. History, I want this. So if you're on Nexus mods, on the page for it, there should be a thing here that says files. If you click on that, there should be a manual download button, and when you click on that, you just click download. Then it should bring you to here. click slow if you don't have Nexus Premium or whatever it is called. I don't know. And then it should start downloading. There should be a README file that comes with that will explain how to unpackage everything. If not, I think it's on here somewhere. It should be somewhere on the page. I'm not sure if it gets added on. I pulled all of this out of my ass like 4 hours ago. I just started setting all of this up, and might it be in here? Yeah. So if there isn't a README file with the Combat Disheveled folder, click on the docs page, and then here is the little README file. I had packaged the README file in with the zip. Yeah, it's Halo Combat Disheveled. The name is up here. I should be able to just copy paste the link into the chat. Give me just a minute. Okay, hello YouTube. Load faster. So that link should take you straight to the download page. There's a link in the chat. That should take you right to it. Yeah, if you look at this image, you can definitely tell I threw this together in like 20 minutes. I took the cyborg biped, put it in Damnation, packaged the level, went into it, took a screenshot, and then just like did some color alterations, and that was it. And then I'm like, oh, I'll just put text on it that says Halo Combat Disheveled. Right, like, I'm portraying this mod as if it's like a huge mess anyway with the name. I might as well just make it look terrible. Yeah, I personally don't agree with them forcing slow downloads on people who don't have money, but it is what it is. At some point, I'll probably add download links to the mod on other websites. Maybe on my Google Drive or something, I'll give people access to that. They can download from there. But that won't be until I'm later down the line and a bit more prepared. Because I looked at my my YouTube channel, I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't done anything on here in like 2 weeks. I suppose if I want anyone to ever potentially find this place, I should actually like live stream or make a video or something instead of just sitting here twiddling my thumbs, listening to music on my computer and just being like, huh, I wonder why no one's subscribed to me. Why do I not have 1 million subs yet? I knew he was gonna do that. This Banshee, this is the one Banshee in the game that continues to kick my ass. I don't want your needler. Give me your plasma pistol. That might be better. Nice. I wouldn't have expected anybody to find this through YouTube recommended.
Cortana to Fire Team Zulu. I read you. Fire Team Zulu, this is Cortana. Hold position. We're on our way.
I would say that that's pretty sizable luck for me that you just stumbled onto this. Like, the chances of that happening on YouTube is very low. Oh, I actually hit him for once. That's impressive. I don't know that I'll have enough bullets to finish him. Just barely had enough. Yeah, that's the one nice thing about Nexus. I have a little bit better chance of people running into it on there, because it goes into like the latest tab or whatever. I kind of skimmed through a bunch of stuff while I was trying to set it up, so I kind of have an idea as to how it works, but aside from downloading stuff off of there, I had no idea what I was doing. I could have been done and started this stream at like 4 p.m. or something. But I had... This is like for no reason. I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, it's playable and it's fun enough every time I go through it. At this point, I should just upload it and be done with it, rather than just being like, ah, it's not done yet. Ah, it's not done yet. Uh-oh. Damn it. I was gonna try and get in the turret to get around him. It was a plan. It didn't work. Oh man. Alright. I could have done better with that. That was very dicey, but all things considered, I'll take that as a win. Eventually, I want to make a Gruntpocalypse version of this mod. I tested it a while ago. I changed every single enemy in the game. From flood infection forms to sentinels to jackals, and I turned every single one of them into grunts, and it was stupid and awesome. Like, because of a lot of infection form placements, I would like walk into a room and there would just be grunt feet sticking out of the ceiling. It's like, this is the kind of mess that I am promoting. This is stupid but fun. Oh yes, you're next. Haha. I am, as they would say, a bad cyborg. Alright, Matthew, I hope you have fun. More than anything, I want people to have fun. If you want there to be a lot of enemies, I would recommend playing on normal. I don't know if heroic uses the normal count or if it uses the insane count, so I'm not sure if there will be even more enemies. but I am sure that even Legendary has more. It really depends on what you're looking for. If you want it to be stupid crazy and probably have a lot of engine issues from me telling it to do things that it doesn't want to do. Normal, maybe heroic might do it, I'm not sure. It's easier than the base game, so if you don't really care too much about there being a lot of enemies, if you want what I think is decently balanced, you could play on Legendary. I don't know, everybody's playstyle, everybody's idea of fun and balanced is different, so I'm not 100% sure what to recommend people. I don't want to be like, oh, the only way to play it is on Legendary. It's perfectly balanced and everyone should be able to beat it without dying. Wow, Agent Snipe is playing Monster Hunter World. Oh, well. Oh no. Oh god. Things are falling apart. Yep, things are falling apart. I missed the easiest rocket shot of my life. Watch out. If you go on to the Nexus page, there should be one of the tabs should be called Docs, and it should be on there. How did you get a... You gotta do better next time. Okay, now I feel like I understand why he said that, because this dude can't fucking drive. He must have been talking to him. I swear to God, Johnson was... I thought for sure he was gonna throw it square into the tree. Don't run me over. Thank you. I hate it when Marines drive Ghosts. They, like, every single time, they just very lightly decide to drive directly into you. Go on, get in. Drive the Ghost. You know you want to. You know you want to. Just get in, drive the Ghost. Come on. You can do it. Alright, I'm just gonna kill you then. You're not a sport. Goodbye, Ghost. The Scorpion is a... Yep, pretty much. Just replace the files that are in your Halo 1 maps folder with the Combat Disheveled files, and then when you launch Halo the Master Chief Collection, make sure to launch it with anti-cheat disabled.
Oh crap. Let's get the hell out of here, man. Somebody call the dropship. You store that garbage right now, mister. You're a Marine, so act like it, damn it. We've got a job to do.
Negative, team. No evac available at this time. But the chief and I could use some assistance.
Okay, Marine. Time to pay back the chief for pulling your sorry tails out of the fire. Prepare to move out.
The Covenant placed their tanks to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
How did that miss? Oh, come on. Hurry up and die already. The Scorpion is a good example of me changing this, very much in the vein of it being a single-player mod, more so than anything, because the tank weighs a lot more, and I'm pretty sure it's slower than it is in the base game, but the Scorpion cannon obliterates everything. It is an absolute monster. And then the turret, the little machine gun turret, does a ton of damage per shot. I think I have it set to do 40 damage every time it fires. So it shoots pretty slow, but it just erases everything in its path. Ow. Those hunters wanted to erase me. Thankfully, they did not succeed. But I feel like the rest of this section's gonna be way tougher now.
I'll clear over here. Game on!
Come on, Johnson, let's go, buddy. Yeah. Now he can really dish out some damage. I am surprised that I survived that in one piece. I think there's a health pack over here somewhere.
Over here.
Oh yeah, Johnson can just lobby shots at enemies from hundreds of world units away now. That's one of the changes I made to him. He could already shoot way farther than the rest of the Marines, but now he basically ignores distance. He just says screw you and die.
There it is. Covering fire. Oh yeah. Covering fire.
Move, buddy. Thank God he didn't jump in front of the tank this time. I hate it when they do that. Those hunters are gonna be dangerous.
Nice shot.
Great shot! Hey!
Okay.
Great.
And although I did not restore it, apparently Bungie was originally planning on there being a bunch of enemies right here on the other side of the door. They had a whole encounter for it set up and everything, with a bunch of like movement positions for the enemies to go to. But they just either didn't like it, or didn't finish it, or didn't have enough space for it, or something. the thing when you're dealing with a 20-year-old game. Like, it's super weird that they leave all this stuff in the files. And then you go through it and you find it and you're like, well, why did they cut that? Like, it could be for any reason ever. Like, it could be that it was causing memory issues. Or they just didn't like the way it played. You know, it could be that it, like, lit the console on fire. Or they just thought people wouldn't find it fun. It's super hard to understand where they were coming from.
Don't get cocky now.
Hopefully I can get him. Come on. I want to show people your really crappy explosion effect. Eh. Nope. Yeah, drop ships can be destroyed. It's just really difficult. The drop ships are dumb. There's like one specific spot you have to hit to damage them, and I don't quite get it. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that earlier, but I don't know if anyone was here for that. So if you've replaced all of the files, you should be able to just launch the game with anti-cheat disabled through Steam or through Windows or wherever you got it. And then you should be good to go. I think this is the fewest Marines I've ever brought through this section of the level. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Over here.
Roger that. That's the best you can do.
Check your targets, Marines. Look alive. They'll be back.
Hopefully everything works for you. I'm not 100% sure. I'm very new to this.
Leave some for me. We've got to do better next time.
That Banshee is still dumb.
Covenant had eliminated all the Marine forces in this.
Oh boy.
I thought the Covenant had eliminated all the Marine forces in this area.
More. Class dismissed. Whoa!
I'm on it.
Anybody else hear that? Oh man, Covenant dropship inbound. Take cover.
Okay, maybe now I can show off the stupid explosions. Oh crap, I forgot about these guys.
Like that?
You're almost a man.
Why is the turret being dumb?
Try that on.
Come on, game. You're making me look bad. Yeah, I'm not feeling too confident about the Magnum myself. My idea initially was that I didn't want it to I didn't want the Magnum to be like the one-stop shop everything. Okay, if you're feeling a little bit taller, then that means that it's working properly. Because that is one of the things that I changed. But I didn't want the Magnum to be the best gun in the game, and I think I went a little too far in nerfing it.
Take that! Fire in the hole! Frag up.
The thing with the assault rifle that you mentioned, it has like a very small wind-up time, but its final fire rate is the same as base game. Yeah, jump height is higher, it's more in line with Halo 2. There are a few new jump spots that you can do with it. Yeah, I was kind of aiming for it to be more like the Halo 3 Magnum, but with the rest of the weapon sandbox, I feel like I just made it feel too useless by comparison. Hi. The thing with the assault rifle is that it has a lot of firing error. So spraying it is... How do I want to word it? I wanted to disincentivize just full auto spraying the AR's entire magazine. So it could be that it doesn't feel powerful because you're missing more shots and you can't quite tell.
Marines, hold your positions. We'll handle those guns.
Uh-oh. Yay, a needler.
All clear over here.
I think the plasma rifle is a little bit stronger than it is in base game in terms of raw damage. I wanted it to be kind of like the mid-tier Covenant weapon. It's good at everything, but it doesn't excel at any one particular thing. And I think my problem, what I did with the plasma pistol, I also gave it a lot of potential error, so it can just kind of like fly all over the place and not be accurate enough, which I was planning on altering. By lower the ammo count, do you mean like in each magazine or total ammo capacity? Because I was toying around with having it have a 36 round magazine at one point. Because I think 32 isn't quite enough. But I realized that I just don't care for it having 36 rounds either. Like, the Combat Evolved AR just has 60 rounds. That's the way it should be. So I upped it. Like, for a while after I changed it, I didn't mess with any of the loadouts. So you would start levels and you would have half of the magazine loaded. That was something that I completely forgot about, and then I had to go back and change all of it. Yeah, the thing is, with the assault rifle, it's just like, I don't know how to convey that I want it to be used more like the Reach assault rifle. Like, I don't know how I would go about doing that, because I don't think you can have dynamic reticles, and even if that was a thing I could somehow do, I wouldn't know how to make it work. Rule 34, maybe. It's not that I backported the Halo 3 Magnum, I just kind of based the stats for mine around it. Kind of like the slower fire rate and stuff. But I'm pretty sure if you hold down the trigger, the Magnum is still a full auto. Like, I didn't change that, even though I should have. I think what I need to do with the Magnum, the main thing to improve it, is just remove error. Like, error is the system that the game uses to determine how much random spread your shots have. And it's... I gave the Magnum a little bit more error, and I feel like it kind of hurts the weapon more than it helps it, because it just makes it feel really inconsistent in a way that I didn't intend. Like, I wasn't intending on it being punishing, so as a result, it just feels worse. You know, if you are aiming at somebody's head when you pull that trigger, the Magnum should just right in the mouth. It should just pop them right where you're aiming. No chance for error. And see, here's another thing I completely forgot. All of my weapons have like bullet projectiles similar to Halo 3. So if you're at long range, you do need to lead your shots on the assault rifle or the Magnum. So that would easily make up for the Magnum not having any error, because you need to have the skill to lead your shots properly. And I was just like working everything kind of in compartments, I guess. It was like I would kind of set things up and be like, yeah, that's good enough for now, on to the next thing. I'm not much of a coder. Obviously I had to learn how the Halo scripting works to get some of the things I wanted to function properly, but I mean, my dad helped me make a website when I was like 10, and that was it. I don't think I've practiced with it ever since that happened. And yeah, I changed the colors for the enemies. The grunts especially have a lot of variance in their color. Like, some of them take really good care of their armor, and then some of them, their armor is kind of like... what's the word? They're like burned by the sun. Their armor, the color is faded because they don't take good care of it. So some of them have very faded armor, but I think there are 3 or 4 variants that each individual can have. You see, this Major, his, yeah, my dad, he's been in web design for as long as I can remember now. I think he didn't for like 2 years, because he got a lead job, so he was instructing everybody else on how to make websites, but I think the new job that he got is gonna be back to basics kind of a thing. He'll be down in the trenches again whenever they get stuff for him to do. But back to what I was gonna say about the grunts. This guy, he has a deeper red than this guy, and this guy is a little bit darker than that one. So there's more color variants to the armor types, and obviously you aren't gonna see any elites with like dulled armor because they're very honor bound. They're gonna take good care of their armor. That's just the way elites work in my brain anyway. You know, they would probably consider it to be very dishonorable to be like, oh, look at my very faded, burnt, poorly taken care of armor. Yeah, like this guy is a little bit brighter than this guy. It's a lot of little stuff. Like, I got rid of the jackals. If you remember, they have a variant. I had that happen to me once, too. The blast doors closing thing. I have no idea what triggers that. It happened to me once, and then I was never able to recreate it. Did anyone see that jackal? He was having a fit. He was mad. He was like staring up at the sky and spinning in circles. But yeah, I had there was another glitch on Pillar of Autumn in that same area. That door on the second floor that the enemies come out of, there's another door in there that's supposed to be like closed. I removed it, I opened it, but the trigger that spawns in the next group of enemies wasn't extended far enough over to reach that area, so if you were to go through there, you would just skip the enemy spawn. And I caught it completely by accident because I was playing with a friend of mine. And I walked into the hallway and I looked and I'm like, wait a minute, there's no enemies. Something is weird here. So I went back the way you're supposed to go, and it fixed. Oh, the door closed on you? That's weird. That didn't happen to me when I got that bug. Maybe if you reload the checkpoint, it might fix itself, like if it sends you back far enough. That's super weird. Because I never figured out what caused that. So I have no idea how I would go about fixing it. Shoot. I'll have to look into that. Obviously, I won't be able to fix it right now, but if I can... Where were you standing, like, when she said it? Were you at the bottom of the stairs? Because if I can figure out where it's triggering early, I might be able to figure out what's doing it. Yeah, okay. Huh. And the problem is, I'm just not sure why it's doing that. Unfortunately, the only way that you would be able to get around the, that bug would be restarting the level. In theory, I don't know, the best way I would recommend is just quit out and then restart it from the menus. Is in theory, it would be fixed just by reloading. But I don't... Yeah. I don't want you to, like, risk losing time, you know, that you could have just spent playing the game by me being like, oh, just, you know, restart, and it doesn't work right. And the faded armor was one of those little things I'm like, oh wait, I can change their colors. I can basically increase the visuals by just creating variants. And there's kind of a little story with that. The way I did it, each enemy, their colors in the base game are tied to their actor variant. So basically, this grunt, if he had a plasma pistol, would be a variant, and this grunt, if he had a needler, would be a different variant. And it was all tied to that, but you can also just tie it to the biped, and you can have multiple different color sets for the biped. So what I did was I removed the colors for the actor variants, and I just gave each individual enemy type its own biped. And then I gave them the, like, 4 or 5 different sets of colors. I don't remember how many there are, and I think there are more for some than there are others. But, like, the jackals, I think they have 2 color variants, and I removed the, because in the original, I don't remember where it was that I heard this, but originally Bungie wanted the jackals to be lizard-like. You know, they weren't supposed to really be birds. So there are these ones with, like, this black and blue skin tone. And I removed that and replaced it with basically, you can kind of tell here, this one, he's a little bit of a lighter color, and then he's a little bit of a darker color, so they don't look like a... Yeah, the shield recharge was just like a weird decision that I made to be like, okay, it's really, I'm really reaching, right? But in Halo 2, when the sergeant is talking to you and you get the new Mark 6 armor, he's like, bingo, as you can see, they recharge a lot faster when he's talking about your shields. And I always thought it was just kind of weird, because it didn't feel much faster to me. And in canon, from what I can recall, it also takes a really long time for shields to recharge. So I figured I would make it so that your shields start recharging the same as they do in the base game. I think it's like 6 seconds, 5 seconds. But then it takes longer for your shields to recharge. I can understand people not liking it, but it's just a personal thing, and I'm like, oh yeah, this kind of, I guess... How to describe this? It's mostly the Halo 2 thing. Right? I want the line in Halo 2 to make sense. Trap alien, please? In what way? Where are you going? You don't get to just run away. Ooh, that stick. I bounced it off the jackal shield into his buddy's leg. Gun trapped in a wall. With the way that health in Halo Combat Evolved works, you can sacrifice little bits of it here or there, or you can wait. I'm very aggressive with the way I play, so I tend to lose health for stupid reasons, but I guess the way I look at it being a positive is it kind of forces you to do more of a song and dance with your enemies. It plays into one of the weaker things about Halo 2. Like, I don't particularly love Halo 2 because it asks you to treat the game like a cover shooter. But the problem with Halo 2 is that you have 30 health. You have 70 shield points and 30 health points in that game. So when your shields go out, you are already dead. Most guns will do 30 points of health damage in like 4 or 5 shots. And then you have to remember there's the legendary damage modifier, which usually like doubles damage. So Halo 2 Legendary is just impossibly hard because you have no health. But you have 75 health and shields in Halo CE, and I kept that for this mod. So your health, you use the shields as a buffer, but then you want to play a little bit more conservatively to keep your shields from going out and losing health needlessly. And because of the way I have damage dealt, losing your shields isn't as detrimental and deadly in a lot of situations. Like, it can get really rough when you get to the end of the game and you're fighting the Flood. It can be super dangerous. Uh-oh. No, 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 you son of a bitch! I love Halo 2's story, but man, the gameplay, they changed so much about how, like, AI is directed in that game. Like, I messed around with the Halo 2 tools a little bit, and it was so hard to get even the slightest understanding of what I was doing. The AI in that game, it's so, like, in a lot of cases, it's hyper-specific. And the devs, like, handcrafted every little interaction in the weirdest way. And it just, my brain has so much difficulty with Halo 2's gameplay. And that's, like, on the back end of things. That's not even talking about how difficult it is. Halo 2 is just nutty. Like, if not for that game's story, I probably would hate it. Like, playing it on normal or heroic, I can handle. But legendary is just infuriating. When I beat it on Legendary, I think I cheated. I think I ended up using Sputnik and Feather so that I could just launch myself through the maps, so that I wouldn't actually have to play them. I reached the point where I was so mad that I just gave up and was like, I'm just gonna cheat. It can be weird. I think I had an easier time picking it up because I've played this game so many times. Figuring out what does what, it's like the back of my hand. I kind of just have to cross-reference and I'm like, okay, that's why that does that and why that does that. I don't know much about coding, so I can't really say whether or not it like makes a lot of sense, but I mean it is as far as I'm aware, it's a custom scripting language like made by Bungie specifically for the Blam engine. So it probably has a lot of quirks based on the people who designed it and like the way they liked to code things. Yeah, see, I have no idea why that door glitch happens. It still doesn't make any sense. It only happened to me once, and I couldn't figure out why. But I didn't have the door close on me was the weird thing. Like, she just said the line way too early, and then everything was fine. Because my immediate thought is that there's a trigger volume doing something that it's not supposed to. But I don't know what it would be because I looked into it and couldn't figure it out for the life of me. I'm getting a little bit better at the HSC is what the file names are for the scripts. I'm getting a little bit better at it.
Covenant forces in the vicinity have been eliminated. Let's move on to Halo's control center.
You ran into one of the shielded grunts. Yeah, it's... Thanks to Halo Infinite, I've been playing a lot more Halo than usual. But I keep coming back to this project because I don't really feel like playing Infinite by myself, and my friends are usually busy with other things like work. So I've been working on this a lot more. Play a lot of Call of Duty too, even though it's like warring factions, you know. About to be brothers, as weird as it sounds, with the Microsoft buying Activision thing. I really hope that goes through.
Better. You can't imagine the wealth of
I'd be super interested to see that.
so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused.
You ran into one of the Zealots.
We use it against the Covenant.
This ring isn't a cudgel.
The Zealots are a lighter color than the Majors.
Much more important. The Covenant were right.
I still need to find a way to differentiate them better. It's not quite where I want it.
Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to...
Uh-oh.
No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring.
Cortana,
Horrible, and now
where are my Fruit Loops?
Something buried.
You buried my Fruit Loops?
What
The
do we...
weapons
Wait,
before it's
Keys buried them?
inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find Keys, stop him. Before
Yeah.
it's too late.
I always found history to be interesting. Yeah, so in Halo Combat Evolved, the yellow elites are called elite commanders. So my zealots are based off of the Halo Reach ones, and then the gold elites get to be the commanders still. So the zealots are actually like a higher rank than they are, because they're so special and they go on all the religious missions and stuff.
The last transmission from the captain's dropship was from this area. That was over 12 hours ago.
I've kind of messed with things. They're probably not canon accurate, but it's more for gameplay stuff. Oh, hello, dead body. Yeah, they started referring to them, the gold elites get referred to as zealots in Halo 2. In the game files, I'm talking very specifically about the game files. I have no idea if the commanders in this game are referred to as zealots anywhere. I suppose I could go and grab one of my, like, 3 copies of Halo Combat Evolved on the Xbox and look through the manual. But I don't think they mention, like, each individual enemy type, so I'm not sure. Yeah. Them being called commanders, it's a simple thing, because you have minor, major, commander. Zealot is much more Covenant in nature. So it fits with later entries, but I also just like that they're called commanders, and then you can add zealots on top of that, and they can... I think I added like 2 or 3 new types of enemies. Like, there are ultras in my mod. I don't know if you've run into one of those yet. You probably won't for a while. But ultras are there, zealots are there. Did I add any other kind of elites? I don't think so. Otherwise, it was just a lot of balancing changes to try and make enemies more different from each other. Like, obviously, Grunt Minors and Grunt Majors are gonna have a few things in common. I think they're using the same character model. I'm not 100% sure, I'm pretty sure. It was up until like 2 weeks ago I had the Ultras using the Elite Special model, as it's called in the game. But I wanted to change it when I added the Zealots in. I didn't want to overuse the other character model for them. So I'm pretty sure the Commanders and the Zealots share the same model. Oh. I'm just now realizing that this doesn't make any sense. Why are the walls covered in grunt blood if this is a jackal, when the jackals have the same blood as the elites? Is it implying that they were supposed to have different blood? Or was it supposed to be a grunt over here? Weird. The fuck was that? What? What is making that sound? It's you? That's new. That wasn't broken before. So every time I hit a load zone, his shield activates and then he dies again? That's bizarro land. Okay. Oh yeah, one of the things that you can do thanks to the increased jump height is just skip that. You don't even have to go that way if you don't want to. You could just crouch jump up to here and then go down to the flood room. Hey, bud.
Stay back! Stay back! You're not turning me into one of those things!
Okay, you can shoot. Good.
Get away from me! Don't touch me, you freaks! I won't be like you.
Haha, there's a box in your way. Haha, you can't hit me. Haha, now you're really dead. I'm so nice. I'm what you would call a friend. Now for the spoopy cutscene. Now for a door thing to spawn when it wasn't there before. Yay! Who could have done this? I've changed all of the levels, but the later levels I haven't changed as much because they are really weird.
Listen to this old stuff, Sarge. Watch your mouth, son.
Like a lot of these levels, it's difficult to tell what encounter is supposed to be for what thing, and there are some encounters that go unused, but they're referenced in the data, and then not placed properly or something. It's like obviously the flood actor variants work differently, and I've changed some spawns, I've added some, I've removed others. Like there are a lot more infection forms. You will see so many of them. That's one of the bigger changes, but oh no. Poor guy, he's stuck. He's stuck.
Wait here for the captain and his squad, then get your ass inside.
How does that happen? Yeah, run into the wall. I've never seen that before. I've been playing this game like my whole life and that has never happened.
Look at it. Something scrambled the insides.
Plasma scoring?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was amazing.
You know, friendly fire or something?
Never seen that before in my life.
Looks like a Covenant patrol. Badass elite units.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
Nah, we just met.
Right, well, let's get this door open.
I'll try, sir.
Unfortunately, though, back on the topic of the library,
Do it, son.
there isn't really a whole lot you can do to make that level, like, better. I consider it to be easier in the mod, but that's mostly just because of my globals changes that make it so enemies do less damage to you, and the Flood especially are way less accurate with weapons because I removed the actor variants in this game. There's like a modifier on top of the modifier. My favorite level. That's a tough one.
What's going on, soldier?
I love different parts. Like, I don't think any of the levels are really better than the others.
Copy, over.
Like, on Pillar of Autumn, I love the more varied marine encounters that I added. Like, there's a lot more marines on that level.
Soldier, I gave you an order.
On Halo, I love the scenery changes that I made, and the encounter I added in the tunnel I find really fun, even though it's super small and pretty pointless.
Hold still. Let him have it.
Truth and Reconciliation, I like the changes where I added the fuel rod grunts
Fire your weapon.
in the hangar bay,
Even think about it.
the Marines that survive in the command center, and then you come back and they're being attacked.
Take it.
I love the beach in the Silent Cartographer. Messing with the beach was actually one of the first things I did. If I remember right, I started adding and changing stuff on there. That was pretty much where I tested all of my changes. Assault on the Control Room. I put a bunch of work into trying to make that just all of the encounters in that level bigger, because that was like my first thought. It was like, what can I do to really change this level? It was like, what if I just made it bigger? And the problem with that, though, is that I can't really add like 10,000 more Marines, because then it wouldn't really make any sense. Like, you can only fit so many people in a Pelican. But then with the later encounter, I like set up a really complicated scripting thing that like checks to see how many Marines survived, and if you have like more than 5, there's like an extra encounter of grunts that will spawn with an elite to back them up, and like a bunch of other stuff, other triggers that get to check how many people you have alive. And I put a bunch of work into it, and the thing is, I'm pretty sure it works. I have no clue, though. I can't, like, test to see if each individual thing is placing properly. I would kind of just have to, like, run through it 8 times and see if it's different. But that level I had a lot of fun working on, because it didn't give me any, like, crazy issues that didn't make any sense. This level... I didn't really change that much. The flood levels, this one, I mostly changed the Covenant that you run into outside. They're different. Like, there are a few different enemies in those encounters. I mean, I do like fighting the Flood a lot more. Right. This is a classic one, giving the elite combat forms shields. And because of the way I have their, like, variants set up, there's a chance that they'll have shields. Not every single one of them will always have shields. Obviously, the chance is way higher on Legendary, and it lowers with the difficulties lowering. But like human Flood that use human weapons are slightly more accurate than elite Flood that are using human weapons, and vice versa. I have removed quite a few rocket launcher Flood. There are still some, but I find them to be rather troublesome. They're more detrimental to my enjoyment than they are helpful. So they certainly have a lower presence. Yeah, there are Ultra Grunts. There are also Grunt Heavies. Those were the green grunts from Halo 2. I think the first time that you'll see Grunt Heavies is on the Truth and Reconciliation. If I'm remembering where I put them, anyway. Okay, goodbye. Leaving so soon, huh? Despawning plasma grenade for the win. The most lethal weapon you'll ever see. Stop touching me. Nah. Yep. I added ghosts to the silent cartographer, and I think... Let's see, I don't remember if I added any that you can drive on... No, I didn't add any that you can drive on Halo. But there's 2 on the beach for the silent cartographer, and then there are ghosts that you can get into and drive on the Maw. That's another thing I added. When you get to the Warthog run, when you get to the top of the first ramp, when you get past the enemies just outside, there are 4 ghosts, 2 on each corner. So you can either use the Warthog on the Warthog run, or you can use a ghost and make it a ghost run. Because I love the ghost. The ghost in this game especially is so underutilized. Are you gonna despawn? No, you're just gonna die. That's unfortunate. The nice thing about this game is that I can actually get away with the Flood being less accurate, because in lore, they're really stupid, right? Because they just broke out of containment, so they're dumb right now. They're just trying to infect as many people as they can to get their body count higher. So they're relying on the intelligence of their host, rather than the intelligence of a grave mind with their host added on top of that. And the grave mind is where they get really scary. But because you only ever see a proto-grave mind in this game, I can get away with them being really stupid and inaccurate. Like, they're rotting fungal corpses. They are not the sharpest tools in the shed. Oh man, their shotguns despawned. I dropped down here to pick one up. Oh, come on, I can make this jump. I did it like 2 days ago. There we go. Oh. Whoops. Oh, man. Yeah, but these Flood aren't connected to it. My guess is that there's like a link that can be broken across distances. Because that ring, it's like on the other side of the galaxy, basically. If my memory is right on that, I might not be. Did I go into the wrong room by any chance? I think I did. Huh. Yeah. Get off me. I have to go. Oh, Jesus, that's bad luck. Okay, I lived somehow. For as much lore as we have about the Flood, at the same time, we don't really know much. Right, like, we know there's stages and how powerful they can get, but we don't know the super specific details. As much as I wish I could remember all of the things that I changed in these levels, I really just don't. It mostly was just making the Flood act differently. And that isn't like an in-game specific thing. When it comes to the Flood specifically, it's more that I changed them, like not how many of them are in encounters or anything. Like it's really hard to give overarching things of changes made. I sound really stupid right now because I'm trying to find. That's one of those things.
After we lost contact with the rest of the mission, we headed for the RV point, and then these things.
Chips, as much as I love you, buddy, I'm trying to think. SPV3, I don't think it's about being super lore accurate. I think it's about just being like a fun overhaul. You know, they weren't really going for, let's make this the most book-accurate representation of Halo Combat Evolved. They were just like, yeah, we'll add brutes. Those are in the later games. Gameplay stuff. But I've added one or two more encounters that have sentinels in them, and 2 betrayals. Oh no, they killed Bob. Not again. I hate it when they kill Bob. Other than that, though, it was mostly about changing the different actor variants that can spawn. The way Flood spawns are handled in Combat Evolved, they basically have like 10 spawn points, and then each spawn point has a different variant on it, and then it just spawns randomly. So, in 2 betrayals, in, I think it's the second beam tower thing that you have to destroy or shut down, there was a rocket launcher flood in there. There were 2 or 3 rocket launcher flood spawns, and I removed those because I got stuck on that room the first time I went through it, and it really pissed me off. Like, I was stuck in that room for over an hour. I made this mod, and I got stuck in my own level for over an hour. Because I had 1 bar of HP, there were 2 rocket launcher flood, and the perfect mix of enemies to absolutely erase me, and it drove me insane. So I removed the rocket launcher flood that can spawn in that room. I added a dead marine with a health pack next to him and a shotgun with some ammo. Like, I did so much to make that one spot a little less ridiculous. Because the thing with the Flood encounters, I'm not as confident in changing them because for the most part, I think my AI specific changes are enough to make them more engaging. The encounter towards the end of the level where you have to push that Covenant encampment with the Wraiths to get to the Banshee so you can go to the last tower room. That encounter always bugged me because it didn't make sense that the Flood were basically just like hanging around, just relaxing, having a day off, and then they notice you, and then they come to kill you. And at the same time, you're trying to deal with the Wraiths and the Hunters and the Elites with Needlers, and it's just too much. It's insane, and it's so weird, and it never made sense to me that you don't basically get to watch the Flood just bum rushing them because they had no idea you were there. Why would they just kind of be like hanging out and waiting around? It's bizarre. I didn't like it. So that encounter, I remember I revamped that one. I added a bunch of new firing positions and I made it so that the Flood spawn and they just start running. And I added a bunch of ones with guns, like the assault rifles, so that you could like get ammo. And along with adding a few more unarmed ones that will just bum rush the Covenant and try to make it more insane over there. Because that one encounter has, especially on Legendary, always annoyed me. But I wanted to make more changes to the library, but the encounters in this level, they like all have the same name. So you have to just like go through them in order to figure out which one's which. Like you go from having, you know, downed Cove and downed for the Pelican crash on the Silent Cartographer to having E13A, E14A, E15A, E23A, E13B, E27A, and that's every single encounter for this level and 2 Betrayals. So these 2 levels, it was when I was getting to the point where I was really tired of working on this mod. So I kind of just like zoned out and was like walking through it, super confused, trying to figure out what was what and not really knowing how to change things, because the data for these levels is also a jumbled mess that I don't quite understand. It's just irritating to work on these levels, so I haven't done a whole lot out of what I felt was necessary to make them less grueling. So I wish I had more examples to give, but this level and 2 Betrayals are just mind-numbing. I think Keys is the same. It's another one of those ones that I just don't particularly care for messing with, but I know I made some changes on that level as well. On that level, that first encounter with the Flood by the door where you have to jump down into the coolant. Yeah, more enemy ranks. It's a really simple thing, but it helps the game feel more varied. And if you take care to balance all of the enemy types so that they work a little differently from each other, it also just makes the game feel better. And Grunt Heavies were the last variant that I added. I added those a week ago. That was a simple thing to do, but I remembered it's one of the things that I liked about grunts in Halo 2, was that extra variant. So it just felt right to add them since I also added ultras. That guy has a shotgun. Shotguns are scary. Oh, crap. I might be dead here. This might be not good. I think the very last thing that I did was flipping the tank upside down in Assault on the Control Room. Other than that, past 2 days I've kind of just been sitting on it. I was trying to change the cutscene in Keys where you get his neural interface. Because the timing of the punch explosion doesn't line up, and it never has, and it always was weird that his head seemed to explode before you even touched him. And I am very dead now. So I was trying to change that, and I didn't make it worse, but now there are other parts of the cutscene that don't quite work right. Like the actual command neural interface, like, spawns in your hand super late. And I cannot for the life of me figure out why the punch makes his head explode before you touch him. There's no specific effect tied to it, and the game doesn't trigger that when it changes the version of the Flood Captain model that it uses. So I just don't know how to fix it, and that was the last thing of real significance that I was messing with. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I've been working on this mod for about a year. So a lot of this is a repackaging of older ideas that I don't really specifically remember, but I know why it made sense in my mind. The last weapon change that I made was the assault rifle. I added the little acceleration time to its fire rate. I'm not sure if I want to keep the acceleration time on its fire rate, but at the same time I don't know if I want to get rid of it, because I kind of like that it winds up that tiny little bit. Like, it starts shooting and it's a little slower than it is after you fire it for about half a second. I don't know. I'm not entirely sold on it yet, but I also don't hate it.
The security doors have sealed automatically. I will go access the override to open them.
Yeah. I've reached the point where I'm starting to make more redundant changes, assuming that they're important, that they have real meaning and will add to the game, but I don't know if they will or not.
This portal is the first of 10.
There's more I should try to do with this level. 2 betrayals and keys. The Maw, I made more changes to the Maw. I don't remember if I re-enabled the carriers. There were more carriers on the Maw. It's one of the encounters that was cut. I think it would be hilarious for people to walk around the corner and there'd be 10 carrier forms just standing there going, "Oh, hi." And then they drop and explode and cause a huge mess.
The The flood must not escape the installation. They consume. You can see how the body's been transformed.
They consume, I can see? Well, that doesn't sound so bad. They just want to see. What's so wrong about that? Oh crap, I almost walked right into a shotgun flood. Shotgun flood are really scary in this. The way base Halo Combat Evolved works, there is the damage that the gun does. Then there is the damage modifier based on your difficulty. And then there's the damage modifier based on the actor variant. And every single actor variant in the game did half damage. And my line of thinking was basically, why in the hell do they do half damage? Make them do full damage, lower the global modifier. Right? Let enemies do full damage, and then base your global modifier around that. How much damage you want them to do. And be very conscious of how you balance weapons. And the nice thing is, you can change the damage modifier done to players by the gun. So that's an extra layer of math that you can make the guns balance with. So you can get some, like, really wacky math going. Like, I'll just pull an example out of my ass. It'll take, like, 5 seconds to do. So let's say you have a gun that does, 14 damage. You'll multiply that by 1.3 for the legendary global, which gives you 18.2. Then you take that 18.2, and then you divide it by, we'll say, like, 0.65. Or, no, we multiply it by 0.65. And that gives you 11. So you can see how those changes let you mess with damage in a way that gives you really, really good control over it. What Halo 3 mods would I recommend? Not a clue. You'll have to ask somebody else about that. I haven't really messed with any Halo 3 mods or played them. Unfortunately, I have been so busy working on this and trying not to steal ideas from other people that I have neglected to play other mods.
This installation's research facilities are most impressive. Perhaps we'll have time to see them later.
Oh, hi, guys. Oh yeah, the shotgun has knockback now. I just had some applied to me. Aim assist. Stop targeting the Infection forms are not required to be targeted against. I'm not trying to shoot them right now. This would be the perfect time to use keyboard and mouse, but I don't want to right now. I've been on my computer all day.
These sentinels will supplement your combat systems, but I suggest you upgrade to at least a Class 12 combat skill. Your current mod only scans as a Class 2, which is ill-suited for this kind of work.
If I get that upgrade, does that count as a tax write-off? I'm sorry, it's a routine question I'm supposed to ask. I'm UNSC personnel and all that. You know, it's a military contract kind of thing. No, you don't. You're not gonna talk to me. I'm so fired. Wait, it gets worse. I love the chapter names. I miss the big black borders that we would get. The black borders were that extra little bit of cinematic. Nowhere losing my whole HUD and then just having a little thing in the corner, it's nowhere near as interesting to me.
You're in a drone control subsystem. I must reset the backup unit. Please continue on. I will rejoin you when I complete it.
If I ever make a Halo Reach mod, I'm going to change one of the chapter names to just be, my name's Jeff. Because it's so stupid. And, like, it just takes you out of the moment completely, and that's what the chapter names feel like in every game after this. Like, I'm just so disappointed in their flair. Something about black bars is just so simple, but so satisfying to me. Oh crap, that's not good. Oh, okay. We drop the needler guy, that is an immediately better situation for us to be in. Stop targeting the infection farms. Uh-oh. Ah, how did I get out of that? Yeah, all that Call of Duty Zombies I played over the years really paid off. Oh man, I was gonna try and ride him. He flew away. I don't think I can reach this guy. Oh, no. Damn it. He's too far away. I played Halo Reach Evolved. That was really good. That was a long time ago, too. I think that was one of the first versions of it. Halo Reach Evolved is really, really cool. And it's going to be like a full conversion mod for all things Halo Reach when the mod tools come out. Everything right now, from what I can remember, they're in like a concept stage because they're working with assembly, which is nowhere near as easy to work with as actual mod tools. So they're kind of just prototyping stuff, and I don't know how recent the version of it is that's out there. Oh, Reach Evolved is so good. It was so fun. That's, like, made me fall in love with the idea of modding again. Because it reminded me that you could just do so much cool stuff if you just think about it. But I don't quite have the skill set for anything too crazy as of yet, so I'm just sticking to my guns. I know how I would like the games to be balanced, so I'm basically just going to be doing that. Took me a year to do this, so Halo 2 is probably going to be just straight hell. Guy on the right has a shotgun. That guy does too. Cease your functionality. Yeah, if there was one mod that I would have to recommend, it would definitely be Halo Reach Evolved. Especially now that it's like a whole team working on it. It's not just Vengeful Vadam anymore. He's got like a whole team of people working on it with him. From what I've seen, I haven't played it in quite a long time, but it looks so fun. Like, they've added the battle rifle, just with its own custom model and everything. So cool. I am a big fan Well, for Halo 1, 2, and 3, you can just download mod tools off of Steam. I think if you have to, like, do filters to find them, or you can just type in, like, what is it, Halo CE mod tools or something. I can look. Hello, Steam. Let's see. Tools. Yep. There's the Halo CE mod tools, the Halo 2 mod tools, and the Halo 3 mod tools are all out. In theory, we'll be getting more in like a few months. Probably before Season 2 of Halo Infinite starts. Probably. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. When it comes to actually modding stuff, I believe it was Rejected Shotgun did a couple of tutorial videos with assembly that can basically be used as light guides to the mod tools. I'm sure I could come up with like a walkthrough to explain some basic stuff that I did, but that'll be in a week or two. I'm going out of town for a while to visit my mom, so I will not be around to do anything for the next week. Like, I can obviously update and mess with stuff in my own time and record footage, but the internet at my mom's house is deathly slow. Like, we might as well be running dial-up out there, kind of slow, so I won't be able to upload YouTube videos or anything. But if you install the mod tools, I would recommend opening the Silent Cartographer. And if you're gonna mess around with anything, mess around with stuff there. The really basic rundown, Gorilla is your tool for changing, like, tags. And tags are all of the different things that make the game run. And then Sapien is the map editor, which is a visual representation of your levels and shows you how encounters are structured and all that sort of stuff. But that is grossly oversimplified and ignoring all of the bits that actually help you figure out how this stuff works, because I don't have it in front of me right now. And once I beat this, I'm probably going to head to bed for the night. Uh-oh. Hi, guys. Don't murder me just yet. I'm busy. Ah, man. The rocket launcher flood, he missed me and shot one of the infection forms behind me. That is unfortunate. Yeah, the coding thing, it isn't that difficult. You kind of need to like think about the way that the game plays when you're playing it, right? You know, you walk into a room and a bunch of enemies show up. Go look at that room in Sapien, find out what enemies are spawned there, then open up the HSC file, and then find wherever that line is, you know, whatever encounter you're looking at, and then just kind of like cross-reference that with everything that you can pull out of the game through Sapien. It's really weird doing that, but it's the easiest way to learn about it. is to just kind of throw yourself at it and think really hard. Like, why does this do this? Why does that do that? How could I take this thing from this other level that I like and put it in this level that I like? You know, to make the AI do this, or like to spawn that thing, or whatever. There's a bunch of stuff that I still don't know about it, and I'm finding out new stuff pretty much every day. Like, I finally figured out how to change the, I guess I would call it the knockback on explosives and stuff. I finally figured out how to change that, like, 2 days ago. And surprise, surprise, it was a video that Vengeful Vadam did where he just kind of mentioned it in passing. And I'm like, wait, that's what that thing does? I've been looking at that thing for months and had no idea why it was called that or what it did. Drop that shotgun. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can just do that. Is that a problem solved? I think that's a problem solved. My best advice, though, when it comes to coding for Halo is just don't let it overwhelm you. The most important thing, you have to have that curiosity, that willingness to learn about it, or you're just gonna get overwhelmed and confused and lose interest. I'm dead. No, just barely lived? Okay. I thought that infection form was gonna drain the last of my health. There come the shields. This is the part of the game where having slow shield regen is detrimental if you can't be careful. It really puts you on the back foot in some cases. But most weapons do less health damage to the player. And thanks to the accuracy of the Flood, they're not all that dangerous with guns anyway. It's mostly just the volume of projectiles they're shooting at you, how many of them there are, and how frequently they're firing. That's what makes them dangerous. It's less that they're actually competent opponents. Which is a perfect contrast to the Covenant, where a single elite can kill you if you are either not paying attention, not thinking, or he gets lucky. Because they have that competency that the Flood do not. But I don't want to ride the elevator with a square instead of an... It was an apostrophe, if I remember correctly. That's the word for that, right? I think I'm right. I wanna be. Me no like feel dumb. Me no am dumb, but me no want be dumb. Dumb feel dumb. Oh yeah, you can hurt the Flood with melee now. Sniper rifle too. The sniper rifle will damage them now. Cause it just makes sense that the sniper rifle would hurt them. Like, the sniper rifle doesn't fire, you know, 5.56 rounds or anything tiny. It's massive rounds. It's not a BB gun. It would tear a huge hole through enough tissue and nerves that the Flood probably wouldn't be able to use their host anymore. So it would make perfect sense for the sniper rifle to be able to kill them. I never understood it not doing any damage. well, to be truthful and fair, it does do damage, but it only does 20% damage, which is stupid. I think the sniper rifle does a little over 100 damage, and then you're doing, you know, maybe 25 damage max, and most enemies have 80 or more health. And then you gotta remember, you know, depending on the difficulty, you might be doing even less damage, and the enemies might have even more health, and it's just like, this makes no sense. I don't like this. Bye. Oh man, the increased number of infection forms is just dumb, but I love it so much. It's like popping bubbles. It's just fun to kill them. Is this how women feel when they pop pimples? Holy shit. Huh. That's interesting. Every time that I tried to use it, it would always be like, oh, this is an unrecognized file. You can't use that. And I love the plasma rifle melee. Like, the chief is so confident in how much he's about to hurt you that he doesn't even need to try and put any effort into it. He's just swinging it so fucking fast, he knows it'll crush your bones. He's just like, eh. It's like, eh. Oh, look, it's dead. Eh. This game just has so much charm.
The installation was specifically built to study and contain the flood.
Like, half of the time when I'm like, I love this game, I can't even tell you why. I just know that I'm happy when I play it, and it feels good. And I don't really know if I need more than that. I should see if I can increase their feigned death chance. I don't know what that would be called. Where was the message sent, Matt? Because I've just been on here just talking out my ass and trying to play Halo. Suppose I should ask you, do you mind me calling you Matt, or would you prefer if I called you Matthew? Give me your plasma rifle, thank you. Leave me alone, guys. I'm trying to walk. I'm trying to check chat. and shoot you. It's a lot. Just stay down. Did I put this thing in the right spot?
I will deactivate the security lock. Wait here.
I did not see the Morse code. Now I want to check because I didn't find that. I missed that completely. Where was that? Just gonna move Google over here. Don't nobody worry about it. Google, you're not helping me. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I might just be blind. Because I feel like I would have noticed Morse code. Okay, no time to worry about that. It's time for hell. Weird. My immediate guess would be that it's a YouTube thing where they're like, oh no, you might swear in Morse code. Ah. Backpack reload, quick. This section still sucks. Okay, now to make myself very scarce.
Please stay close. Time is short.
You couldn't open that door a little faster, bud? Uh-oh. Thank God for the rocket launcher. Yeah, YouTube has its moments, and then, you know, it decides to be YouTube. But that's what happens when you're owned by a corporation like Google. It's only midnight. I feel like it should be way later than that. Suppose I have only been live for 4 hours. Oh man, Whew. Thank God that shotgun guy did not shoot me, because I probably would have died. Yep. It is 12:14 where I am as well. I'm in Mini Snora. I'm up in Canada too, aka Minnesota. I love it in Minnesota when it is not cold. So, right now, on a personal level, I don't really find it to be all that neat, but sometimes I find it neat. Alright, Matthew. Have fun. See you later. Any notes you got, leave them here, Nexus, wherever, when you play more. I'll try and keep up to date on all that stuff and make changes where applicable. Good night, or something. Uh-oh. Bad time to get stuck. In theory now, it's just a mad dash to the end.
The energy barrier surrounding the index will deactivate when we reach the ground floor. You may now retrieve the index. Protocol requires that I take possession of the index for transport. Your organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I can really trust this guy. He's been very straightforward. He's been telling me all these things. It's all the truth, man. Like, I can't ever foresee him betraying me. It just wouldn't make any sense. We've become such close friends. Me not saying anything and him running his goddamn metal mouth. Friends.
No, nothing.
Splendid, shall we?
You're just really goddamn annoying. I don't like the sound of your voice. Please just shut up.
This particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to...
Oh, I know, my bones.
...as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer.
That would definitely be a job for somebody else. I don't know much about porting models into the game, but it would certainly be fun.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Imagine if they like went the extra step and gave CJ facial animations too,
12 hours could
and custom dialogue lines and shit.
that thing gets set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your
God, I love Jen Taylor in this scene.
Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
She actually sounds pissed.
Those defenses.
I love it. It's so good.
Why we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is
Absolutely unacceptable. Sod off.
What impertinence.
I shall purge you at once.
You sure that's a good idea?
How dare you? Oh,
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough! The flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true?
more or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But
Oh
once
my
the-
god.
This galaxy will be quite devoid of life, or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the flood. But you already knew that. I mean, how couldn't you?
I never saw this coming.
Violent outbreak contained
New best friend, how could you do this to me?
the way as we managed.
We've known each other for like 4 hours. I thought we were brothers.
Already done.
We need to go right now.
Last time you asked me if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
Look out.
This was an encounter I changed quite a bit. I moved their spawn points like way closer because they just kind of magically are farther back from where they are in the cutscene. And 2 of them spawn with shields. And they have more movement positions off to the sides so they can kind of like get around you, and you have to move between the glass plates to keep yourself from being in their line of fire.
We can't let the monitor activate Halo. We have to stop him. We have to destroy Halo. According to my
On top of all of the moved firing positions.
somewhat risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring, and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger
I haven't read the Forerunner trilogy in forever.
a starship's fusion reactors go
I remember loving those books, but I also read them when I was
what's left of the Covenant
probably 15, 16 years old, like
crash site.
all one right after another.
These are still relatively intact.
So my memory on them is a little hazy, despite remembering the overarching details. You know, like the whole two didacts thing. That was interesting. Uh-oh. Such a weird idea. Like, imagine another person being turned into you. That would be bizarre. Like, they have all of your memories, but then they still have theirs. It'd be so weird.
I haven't located the crash site yet, but we need to buy some time, in case the Monitor or his Sentinels find a way to activate Halo's final weapon without the Index. The machinery in these canyons are Halo's primary firing mechanisms. They consist of 3 phase pulse generators that amplify Halo's signal and allow it to fire deep into space. The power levels are enormous. I can't even begin to calculate the pulse's range. So, if we damage or destroy these generators, the Monitor will need to repair them before Halo can be used. That should buy us some time. I'm marking the location of the nearest pulse generator with a nav point. We need to move in and neutralize the device.
Bye. 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 I amuse myself with the dumbest of things. Oh man.
Wait, we should commandeer one of those Banshees. We'll need it to reach the pulse generator in time.
If I just think hard enough, they'll die. I gotta believe. Yay, I did it. I'm a murderer. Morgan. I don't think this room will cause me too many issues. Just a few sentinels that spawn, right?
That's the pulse check. Objective accomplished. The pulse generator has overloaded.
Haha, I can hurt you with rockets now, assholes. How's that feel?
I'll mark the target with a nav point when we get closer. Head through that door. That's the way to the next.
Bonk. Heh. Like, obviously I changed this encounter because otherwise there wouldn't be a Grunt Ultra there. But I don't remember when I changed this, or what I changed, really. I know it's different now. That's all I got. Nah, no need to waste a rocket on you. Yeah. Yeah, he really did that to himself. That's unfortunate. Bonk. I love this song. All the music in this game is great. I was so happy when I played Infinite and I listened to the soundtrack like 2 days later and I was like, oh my god, they have Under Cover of Night. They did it. They gave me my favorite song. The music in this game is so good. when they were like, yeah, we made 4 hours of music for Halo Infinite. I'm like, man, I hope there are a lot of Combat Evolved tracks in there. 'Cause I'm a sucker for this game. Shame I can't increase or decrease the instantaneous acceleration over range. I forgot about you guys. Hello. Time to reload, methinks. Really? I'm not getting my checkpoint? Okay, am I getting my checkpoint now? No, I'm just not getting a checkpoint? Alright, cool. Is that door unlocked? No. Okay. Well, when it's all you got. I know I tested that at one point, but I'm pretty sure it'll just break because you can't change it from a solo level to a multiplayer level. Like, there's an internal switch that has to be flipped to change it from a solo map to a multiplayer map, and you can't change that without having the mod tools. So I'm pretty sure the game would either crash or just lock up, like it wouldn't know what to do, so it would just keep loading forever. Or you would get the no spawn placement thing that you can have happen in multiplayer maps, where you'll just be in a void, and it'll be like, oh, we're waiting for space. I know you can, shoot. Well, yeah, I know you can do that too. Yeah, but you don't have my version of the tools. So you can only do stuff with what you have. And with that, the most interesting thing that you can do is change the name of one of the solo maps to a different one. So like tell the game that B30 is B40. You know, so you're telling the game that the silent cartographer is the assault on the control room. And then you load up the game, and then you go into remastered graphics, and you'll be on the silent cartographer, but you'll be in Assault on the Control Room's anniversary graphics. So depending on where you are, you'll be like outside of the map because anniversary graphics are like static. They're locked. You can't change them. So you can get outside the map and other strange little oddities. Kind of on topic, but kind of off. Eventually, I will release the mod tools that, like, I have. Eventually I will release them when I feel like the mod is kind of complete. Yeah, it's a really simple little thing that kind of just lets you look around and be like, well, that's friggin' weird. Like, why are there floating doors outside of the level geometry? Are those supposed to be doors for later in the level? Why are they loaded in now? This is freaking bizarre. And you'll be right in that statement. It will be frickin' bizarre, because Combat Evolved Anniversary is frickin' bizarre. Ooh, man, he didn't shoot me in the spine? He had the perfect lineup for that. Nothing like meleeing infection forms. So fun. I could do that forever. I always forget that things explode in this room. Oh yeah, a bunch of infection forms spawn there. I want a checkpoint. Die so I can have a checkpoint. Please and thank you. Yay, checkpoint. Why were you here? I didn't ask for your friendship points. Or yours, or yours, or yours, or yours, or yours. They're not close enough. I can't waste rockets. I only have 2. That would be the same thing, I think, unless you open it in Sapien. So, like, you can open Death Island or Gyphyrophobia or whatever multiplayer map in Sapien, and then in the top left corner there's like a save as button, and then you could save it as B40 or B30 or whatever. And then make it a solo level. And in theory, you would be able to spawn in and walk around, and it would be a multiplayer map, just there wouldn't be anything to do. Okay, the extra plasma grenade will be helpful. Yeah, come over here. Come give me your guns. Thanks. Come on, let's play tag. Come on. Why are you so far away? Come on, hit me. I want you to do it. Come on, hit me, hit me, hit me. Stop flying weird. Fly straight at me. I missed. I friggin' missed. At this point, I really do deserve to get run over by a banshee. I suck. Man, those things fly so weird. Yeah, I remember someone building a Pillar of Autumn inspired multiplayer map in Halo 5. That was really fun. Even just visually. It was like, yay, classic Halo stuff. There are certain areas of the Pillar of Autumn that would be fun as multiplayer maps. Like the center area, very easy to pick, it would be the cafeteria. You have those like 4 or 5 doors in the different areas that could like branch to different BSP locations. Okay, come on. He dropped an AR. I'm very excited for Halo Infinite's Forge mode to come out. Forge has always been one of my favorite things in Halo. I was 10 when Halo Reach came out, and I must have spent hundreds of hours in that game's Forge mode alone. The maps I made were dog shit. Like, they were awful. I didn't understand what I was doing or how to make something cohesive, but I always thought level design, like creating map geometry for video games, was an interesting concept, thanks to Halo. And Forge is basically my way of doing that in Halo. From what I have seen of Halo Infinite's Forge through like leaks and stuff, it looks super, super clean. Like, instead of having limited block sizes to pick from, where you have to be like, oh, I want this block to be like 4 by 4 by 2 or whatever, you can just like set the size of the block yourself, which is such a small thing, but it makes such a big difference. It gives you that much more freedom over size of maps and stuff, and then you won't have any wasted space if you size everything right. Halo 5 Forge was awesome. Nice. Minecraft is a really good tool for building. It doesn't matter what you're trying to do, you can pretty much do it in Minecraft. This is coming from a guy who has basically no skill in Minecraft building. I just find it to be a fascinating subject. Like, Halo Infinite's Forge is gonna basically be the same thing, but better, because it's free to play. So you'll have that many more people trying it. Like, Minecraft is the most sold video game of all time, and look at how many people have made crazy shit in that. And Halo is gonna have a free level editor to create maps with. At least I hope it's free anyway. I'd be really pissed off if they were like, oh, Forge is $20. Yeah, you definitely had to just push it back because it wasn't ready for launch. You definitely weren't doing it so you could get $20. If they do something like that, I'm gonna be real irked. But I don't think they will. I'm not in the mood for this room, so I'm just gonna leave those guys. Yeah, you can do anything in Minecraft. Like, if you can make a computer in Minecraft, you could just do anything. There are no limits anymore. He's Unstop Flare. It's kind of a stupid thing to call me, like, what? I am very much a Stop Flare. Oh god. I couldn't tell if that sticky grenade was actually stuck onto the, that grunt is a god! I mean, the game despawning the infection forms wasn't so cool, but holy shit. That grunt looked at that infection form and said, hold this. I don't need this anymore, you have it. Don't even worry about it. It's all yours. Minecraft is awesome for creating stuff because it's just right there. Like, all you need, it's right in front of you. Uh-oh. I think one of the grunts just stuck another grunt. Uh-oh. No, you're not. You're just dying. That's all. Silly little grunt. Ultra or not, your death is inconsequential. Oh yeah, ice physics are borked for some reason. The warthog doesn't respond to ice physics anymore. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Fly away! Whoa! Oh, you can T-pose again, bud. I don't mind. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Cursed Halo seemed really fun, and then I just never played it. It's the kind of thing I was hoping to do for this mod, was make it like multiplayer compatible, but I ran into issues with the multiplayer maps that I couldn't figure out how to fix, so right now it's just campaign. If I can figure out how to work with Halo C's scripting better, I might be able to create a script that forces vehicles to respawn rather than just teleporting to where they spawned at, but I've tried it and it didn't want to work, so I would have to do it another way, or just not at all, which would be very unfortunate. This was the room that gave me so much trouble. I was stuck in here for an hour. God, I nearly lost my mind. Dead Marine. There's a shotgun trapped in the corner. That's not supposed to be there. Okay. Yeah, hold that, fellas. Thanks.
That did it. The pulse generator overloaded. One more to go.
And that's the only chance I'll ever have to melee a sentinel to death. Uh-oh.
I've located the pillar of
Okay.
She put down 1,200 kilometers upspin. Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered up. To start the fusion core detonation.
I'm so mean.
Final pulse generator we need to destroy is through there.
Alright. Alright. I'm gonna borrow your rocket launcher, and then I'm gonna find your buddy's rocket launcher, because I should be able to get his too. Yep, he just died. Oh. Thanks for the death screen there, game. I'm real thankful for that insta-load.
Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered up.
The
systems on the pillar of Autumn have failsafe.
I think I just hit whatever the diamond plate is. Yeah, whatever that guy is up in the corner, I just hit that rank. I think it was yesterday, 2 days ago. I play more than most people, but not as much as some.
The final pulse generator we need to destroy is through there.
Shit. That's the first time in a long time that one of those has gotten me.
She put down 1,200 kilometers upspin. Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered
I
up.
think
That tunnel leads to the next section.
for ranked game modes, I think my highest was like 20 or 21. I never played enough to get full rank for ranked game modes. Yeah, I would be a higher rank, but I don't get season points for leveling up anymore, and it takes fucking forever. So I don't really have the incentive to bother. Like, it's just such a lackluster progression system. That was the best part of 360 Reach, and why I played that game for days on end. Shit. My bad luck is shining very brightly.
I located the pillar of Otter. She put down 1,200 kilometers upspin. Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered up. That tunnel leads to the next section of canyon. The final pulse generator we need to destroy is through there.
And the thing is, like, we told 343 we want Reach style progression. Like, Reach had the best progression, hands down, without a doubt. Everybody agrees to it. Everybody loved it. And they just don't really seem to care.
I located the pillar of Otter. She put down 1,200
They were like, oh, you guys want Halo Reach armor so we can monetize the game. Alright, cool. That's what we'll do for Halo Infinite.
That tunnel leads to the next section of canyon.
Like, they... Working remote definitely did not do them any favors. Part of me is mad, part of me feels bad. I'm super split on it. Can you not be an asshole? I am trying to live my life and you are making it very difficult. I'm gonna take 10 years to kill you. And it's gonna be all for nothing, because I'm gonna get down there, and I'm gonna get no-scoped by that rocket launcher flood.
I can't go without observation of the captain. We need to find him, or his neural implants. Start the fusion coordination. One target remaining. Let's take care of the final pulse generator. That tunnel leads to the next section of canyon. The final pulse generator we need to destroy is through there.
Oh no, I lost shield. Okay, I need to fall back. Yeah, I don't even remember how you check, like, the hard data on all that stuff to find out, like, what tour you're on. Like, I could figure it out, but I don't remember where to go. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go this way. I get out. It's just Avatar Chief. Xbox, Steam, Twitter, pretty much everywhere. I think the only place where Avatar Chief isn't my gamer tag is PlayStation. But I never use my PlayStation account for anything, so it being different doesn't really matter all that much. Well, I think I'm gonna have to try and run this without a checkpoint, which is gonna suck. Really just gonna have to hope that these guys don't, like, lock on to me and insta-kill me. I have no idea what is making that sound, and I'm not particularly fond of it. Oh no, not the door. Yeah, it's a clan that a friend of mine and I are a part of. She's the owner. She made the clan. I'm just her best friend for over a decade, and we play games together all the time, and I don't suck as much as some of our other friends, so I get to be second in command kind of a thing. We don't really take it seriously. It's kind of just like we play games together all the time, so... It's our little family. Vin Diesel would be proud. Okay, so I still didn't fix this, did I? Oh, that really sucks. I swear I fixed this. I did not. Well, that's disappointing. Oh, ow. That didn't feel good. This section might be a little tough. I still don't understand why it's spawning 2 sets of you assholes. It's only supposed to spawn 1. Here, hold this. Here, hold this. Here, hold this. How did you not hold that? That is a very serious question. I'm genuinely confused by your actions. That's... Okay, thank you for dropping the rocket launcher, my friend. My very dead, warty friend. Oh, man. Okay, I think I picked up the rocket. All my friends are pretty hyped for it, but personally I don't really know anything about it. It's the same people who made Dark Souls, right? Or am I misremembering? I know that my friends all pre-ordered and they're all super excited to play it. I played probably about an hour of Dark Souls 3. I own Dark Souls 1 and 3, but I haven't played all that much. It's one of those things that I would be interested in playing, but my friends bought it for me, and if I were to play it myself, I would have to decide to do that on my own time, of my own volition, or I wouldn't be interested enough to keep going. I definitely respect it as a concept, though. A punishingly difficult game that asks you to learn its mechanics and actually like get good, rather than just turning it down to easy mode if you're having an unpleasant time. Why are the Banshees such assholes? They're being so mean today. Starting to feel like my final run. They keep dying. I'm gonna cry. There really isn't a good way to do this. You are not running me over today, you son of a bitch. Come on, I can climb this friggin' rock. I just did it like 2 seconds ago. Climb the rock. Come on. There we go. Probably Halo CE, followed by Reach. Reach is definitely my second most played. It's where I got like really heavily invested in getting better at video games, because I finally got Xbox Live. Never mind, I lied before when I said he wouldn't run me over. He won't run me over today. But no, Combat Evolved, I have definitely played the most. I have over, what is it, I think I have 300 hours on my PC alone. It's not including the original Xbox, or the original PC version, or the mod tools for the original PC version, or MCC on Xbox or PC. Oh, I got him. Yeah, I got, I got Xbox Live in 2012, 2013, when Halo 4 was the big game. And I didn't really care for the multiplayer in that game too much. It just felt off for some reason at the time. I didn't like it. So I played a lot of Halo Reach. I hated myself so much. I was like the worst player on the team every game. It's awful. So I got like really focused on getting better at the games. Because I wanted to be the cool kid, you know? I wanted to be the one who was good at Halo. Not getting run over by a Banshee 800 times. Over the years, I've grown to love Halo 4 a lot, though. Mostly for the campaign. The multiplayer is a very skewed multiplayer. It's all BR. All the time. And I don't really care for that. I actually prototyped a mod for Halo 4. Excuse you, I'm trying to move the way I sit, you giant dillweed. I prototyped a Halo 4 multiplayer exclusive mod in assembly around a year and a half ago. I think it's like my pinned tweet on my Twitter is an image from that prototype because I got black undersuits and I was like, oh my god, I'm a genius. I figured it out. See, Halo 4, if not for the story, I don't think I would like it all that much. But the story is one of my favorites. The campaign, I don't like playing it on Legendary. When I played it on Legendary, I pretty much skipped everything that I could. I played it in the most cheesy, ignore everything way I could imagine. It's why I know of, there's a skip on Shutdown, the mission where you fly around in the Pelican. You can basically go to the end of the level, like right away. You can just skip everything, and just ignore everything you're supposed to do and be done in like 10 minutes. Yeah, when the mod tools come out for ODST, Reach, and 4, I'll definitely be making mods for those games too. I'm planning on doing stuff for Halo 2 soon. I'll definitely have to talk to some people in the community who know more about the game than I do and be like, hey, do you have any idea if it's possible to make respawning vehicles in multiplayer for Combat Evolved? And if I get a yes, awesome, I'll figure that out. Give them credit where it's due. And if not, I'll just move on to Halo 2. Because I only really intended this mod to cover single player anyway. And then when I realized how robust the damage modifiers and stuff were, like what all I could do with them, I'm like, oh, I can overhaul everything and make a much more balanced multiplayer too. So I think if you were to plug these mod tools into a multiplayer map, the assault rifle kills in like 26 rounds, and the magnum kills in 5, and all the stuff you would expect. I tried to make it much more balanced. And vehicles are supposed to be strong and useful. I don't know how useful they would be in multiplayer, because I haven't really tested it, but I know it would take combined fire from multiple people to destroy them. But I also know that people are really good at ignoring vehicles in multiplayer sometimes, so there's a chance that it would either be perfect or a complete shit show. But I would like to package it because, you know, multiplayer is a thing you can do with your friends, and that's always fun. I think the thing I would want to do most is make 4-player co-op for the campaign. I'm just gonna full send right for the Banshee. And I'm off. Fuck you, Baltimore. Hang on, have Sentinels not been firing their weapons right the whole time? Or am I... Is this like a local issue? Are they just now having issues with that? Or has that been a thing the whole time? I feel like the Sentinels aren't making sounds all of a sudden, and I'm not sure if I just didn't notice or if it's been like that the whole time. I'm just now catching it. That's weird. Yeah, you're just not making firing sounds. That's really bizarre. How the hell did I break that? Can you be dead already? Don't know why they're not making firing sounds. I was hoping you would be closer to the ledge, pal. This guy is annoying the hell out of me. Okay. Metallic asshole.
Final target neutralized. Let's get out of here.
Let's find a ride and get to the captain.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a telephone
I have an exposition dump to give you, Chief.
monitor moves about so quickly. I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Unfortunately, each jump requires a rather...
I have a feeling that this is here because they prototyped keys first, and they loved the idea of Chief, like, entering the scene upside down and falling on his head. And then someone in the writer's room was like, wait, why the fuck does he fall on his head? They were like, I don't know, Cortana learned how to teleport the Master Chief while in the control room, so now she can do it with his battery pack. Yeah, okay, that works.
From what I've been able to
Write like 5 sentences of expository dialogue, we're good to go.
they found the flood, but they were too late. The flood overwhelmed this cruiser and disabled it. The Covenant are terrified the flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. They've sent in a strike team to neutralize the flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive, and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. I'll bring us in as close as I can.
Oh. Why didn't she speak? That was odd. I'm gonna restart the level because I think there's something, like the audio bugged somewhere. I know classic audio can have issues sometimes, so I'm guessing I had some kind of hitch in the game and it didn't know how to respond.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all...
Okay.
Leave
Seems like that fixed whatever was going on.
Lost him.
Boink. Well, that was ineffective. Hold this. Haha, you're all dead. You're dead and I'm not sorry.
This hole was caused by some kind of explosive. Powerful if it tore through the ship's hull. All I detect down there are holes and coolant. We should continue our search somewhere else.
Okay, you say so, Space Mom. Uh-oh. Not the goopy fellas.
Warning, threat level increasing.
Not sure what you mean by mechanical sound. The only thing that would pop into my head would be them breathing through the methane tank somehow, but not 150% sure what sound we're talking about exactly is my issue. I'm not sure. I should have just left before this became an issue. Well, I was trying to leave, and that just did not go my way. I'm thinking maybe that audio bug I was getting with the Sentinels was them just not working properly because of whatever bug I found. Oh, well, that sucks.
Let's get out of here and find another way back aboard the ship.
I would love to, but I'm not even sure how I'm gonna get through here, Cortana. You'll have to give me a minute, sweetheart. I have no idea what's going on. And I'm not sure I'm ready to leave. And you see, you could have lived had you just not been an asshole. Easy as that. He just had to shoot at me. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
The ship's gravity load.
I know, Cortana, there's kind of just a lot going on right now. Oh my god, why are there more of you than there usually are? I just ran this level Man, that was ridiculous. On the plus side,
Damage than I suspected. Analyzing. Coolant leakage rate is significant. The ship
whoa,
already have gone critical.
whoa. Switching to keyboard and mouse thanks to the fucking infection form is just annoying the piss out of me. This is a sad day. Alright. Now back to controller. See you later. Haha. Usually I have a grenade to really disrupt this, but they'll have to just take care of themselves. I can at least kind of sort of watch. Crap. They blew up the turret on their own. Yeah, probably. They really got killed by a carrier form explosion, huh? Talk about bad luck. It's times like that where I get reminded that I'm not having such a bad day. Grunts, on the other hand, are not doing so hot. Yeah, you do whatever, man. It's no issue. Not gonna make it over there. Yeah. Hey. God, I love this game. Nothing like nading people in Combat Evolved. Absolutely nothing. Ripperoni.
Power source detected. There's the gravity limit. It's still in operation. That's our way back in.
Wait, you pointed me at the gravity lift, not even know if it was active? You just pointed me over here, hoping that it might maybe work. We're in a bottleneck area, like, if it didn't work, we would just be fucked. No chance for parole, death is ours. How the hell did that happen? I always thought that cutscene could cause problems, but I've never been exploded by a grenade as the cutscene ended and I spawned in the correct room.
It's still operational.
That's impressive. All this has taught me is that I should live stream more often.
We should be able to get into the ship's control room from here.
That's weird.
The Covenant BattleNet is a mess. I can't access the ship's schematics. My records indicate that a shuttle bay should be here.
I'm pretty sure I just exploded again, but I don't even know what happened. That is super, super weird.
Look, in the corners. The Flood are gathering bodies.
I don't know why I'm running so fast. I should probably slow the fuck down and think. But I'm busy panicking. All's well that ends well. I somehow got out of that with my life. I mean, I changed vehicle physics, but I don't know how much you would be able to tell. For the most part, I feel like it's just a lot of small things that only I would really recognize. Aside from stuff like the weapons being different. Shoot. Can't didn't like that at all.
I can't access the ship's schematics. My records indicate that a shuttle bay should be here. Look, in the corners. The Flood are gathering bodies.
Yeah, you mentioned that, Cortana. Unfortunately, I didn't really keep as comprehensive of a list as I should have. Okay then. I don't think he liked me very much. That shotgun said everything that he wanted to. God, I'm out of fucking ammo again. Save those shotgun shells, because I'm having a rough go of it in here. Why are there so many of you in there? Doesn't even make sense. Hello, buddy. You have got to be shitting me. Oh my god, my luck is so bad. Jesus. This level definitely needs more work. This section is just making me unfathomably disappointed. Should not be having this much of a hard time, but all these enclosed spaces are really causing issues. I need more frags. More than anything, I need frags. Not having them is detrimental to my emotional health. Okay, that could have gone better. The needler could be useful here. Really dangerous, but... Okay.
Looks like another shuttle bay. We should be able to reach the control room from the 3rd level. He's delirious. In pain. We have to find him.
Oh, these days, who isn't delirious, Cortana? He's just having a Saturday. On a Tuesday. Before Thursday. After Monday. guess I need to check that grunts will fry infection forms with their shields. I don't think that's enabled for them. Which is a problem, because everything else fries, and why wouldn't theirs? That's an inconsistency. Alright. Why did you swap twice, game? Oh man, not having grenades against these guys is so awful.
This way.
Jesus. Just back off, you bastards. Leave me alone. You sodden twat. The captain. There used to be a Jacob. Oh look, there he goes.
Are fading. Please, Chief, hurry.
Goodbye, Jacob Keys. Hello, used to be a Jacob. Hello, grenade. I love the elite death noises. They're so joyful. God. See, shotguns are not my friend. I have created monsters. Can you stop spawning? Just like all of you'd be done now. 'Cause I know I'm certainly fucking done with you. Good googly moogly. Cease your incessant respawning. It's time for the cutscene, which I borked a little more and we'll have to replace the code for, because it's still broken. Ah! I like to think that I'll fix it eventually, but I just don't get it. It is very borked.
No human life signs detected. The cat.
Oh no, he's used to be a Jacob.
We can't let the flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do.
Yeah, eat some Reese's peanut butter cup.
Done. I have it closed. We should go. We need to get back to the Pillar of Autumn. Let's go back to the shuttle bay and find a ride.
Gotta remember to stop sleeping on the Needler. 'Cause I turned it into a very deadly weapon. Oh, yeah, right, you guys are here too. Oh, man. From one group of assholes to another. It only gets worse from here. Wish I could fix the way the Needler and the plasma pistol work, though. Because for some reason they can track targets outside of their red reticle range. I think the Needler goes to 14 or 15 world units. And it shouldn't be able to track, like, more than 2 or 3 past that at the most, and that's assuming I would want it to go past the red reticle at all. Oh, wow, you're still alive? His shields didn't even get busted. Oh, what a cold dude. Morgan.
Grab one of the escort bags.
Ah, yes. The most dangerous thing in the world, a grenade hitting the wall. Whee! See ya, assholes. I don't know why there are 8 million of you, but whatever. Only took me like 6 hours to get to the last level of the game, but here we are. Remember, I made the game easier. I did not. Think I'll probably lower the legendary damage modifier again. I think it's at 1.3 or 1.2, I can't recall. But it's a little high, I think. It'll hold. We'll make it.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
I love this cutscene. So simple, but so great.
We need to get to the bridge. From there, we can use the captain's neural implants to initiate an overload of the ship's fusion engines. The explosion should damage enough systems below it to destroy the ring.
I missed. Yeah, Sentinels are back. And they can shoot again and make sound. I mean, sometimes my impression of Steve Downes is okay, but Steve Downes is still better than some guy trying to sound like Steve Downes. Obviously, if, you know, I was part of like a fan project where you played as Chief in another mod or something and people were like, hey, do you want to do the thing? I'd be like, yeah, sure, but I don't think most people even know who I am, so it'd be kind of hard for me to just get asked that sort of thing. And I'm not about to apply. Oh, I did re-enable them. Look at that. There they are. Being all carrier-y. Not an infection formed to the butt. I would only do something like that if I were to change the script. You know, if there was, like, additional dialogue lines that I couldn't get from Steve Downes. And that would be the case, because I don't have money. I spent all of the money I had on this computer. I actually just watched Hidden Xperia's video about that earlier today. And did it on the toilet, funnily enough. Oh, hi, bud. T-pose for dominance. It looked like an interesting demo. But as much as I love Halo 2 geometry, it did... like, it needs, oh yeah, the guy who voiced the Arbiter did a damn good job. Like, there were lines I would have asked him to deliver a little differently, because there are a few times where I was like, yeah, it's definitely... like, I wouldn't... There were a few lines where I could be fooled, and there were a few lines where I'm like, you can never convince me that that's Keith David. Oh no! Betrayed! Betrayed by his own friend. That's a rip. That elite just got absolutely decimated. Trying to get to cover, and his buddy stuck him in the back of the head. You hate to see it. But yeah, the guy who, uh-oh, I got stuck. Unfortunate. The guy who did the Arbiter in that mod does a pretty good job. It needs work, though, in the level geometry department. I think for how many enemies they have, it needs more objects to hide behind, more cover. Or fewer enemies, or something. There were a few spots where it was like, wow, there's a lot of guys there.
I leave home for a few days and
Time for a water break.
there. That should give us enough time to make it to a lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before the detonation.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, Halo.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous! That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge? Wouldn't you rather have it captured or destroyed?
No.
My data arrays, a local...
Wait, that can happen?
You can
You mean people can take my things if they aren't me?
record of all of our lost time.
Holy shit.
History is it? Fascinating. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as its record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
He stopped the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win. Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless and...
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why?
I was just asking because I wanted to look cool.
Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels!
Uh-oh. That animation has always looked really janky. I'm just gonna leave them. They'll be fine.
We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
Back, I say. Wart. I'm gonna make you smell Scooby-Doo. Ah. Shotgun is very useful against hunters now, because you can bounce them away from you. That knockback sure comes in handy. Eh. Oh no, I have to slap the popcorn. Bye. Oh man. Bungie understood explosion effects. Like, they knew how to make things explode. Such satisfying sounds and visuals. Like, Halo 3 was obviously peak, but this game is... I love it. So fucking amazing just to watch everything in a room just... Yeah, I think his main problem was that he didn't really sound confident. Like, he wasn't sure what kind of voice he should be doing. He was a little too quiet, a little too reserved. The thing with voice acting is that with the right direction, with the right amount of confidence and care for what you're doing, you can... pretty much anybody can be a good voice actor. It's just you have to figure out how to make it work for you. And he just didn't really sound like he was super confident with what he was doing. Hello. I'm just gonna do this. And have fun. I'll just hang back. Stretch my legs a little bit. I have been sitting for like 3 hours. Ugh. Whew. Almost passed out. Haven't done that in forever. Apparently, I needed to stretch very badly. No battery, that's not a good sign. Oh yeah, apparently there was a build of the game that leaked from, I think it was 3 or 4 months before the game released. Yeah, that grunt was running from a rocket launcher flood, just like in the corner. My favorite Halo weapon. That's a tough one. That's a really hard question. Like, I could go with the easy answer and be like, oh, it's the battle rifle, dude, but it's such an obvious pick. By game. Yeah, it was the 1749 build. That's right. I mean, if I had to pick a weapon from each game, probably I'd pick the Combat Evolved shotgun. I fucking adore the shotgun in Combat Evolved. Something about it is just, like, nigh perfect. I love every single time I get to use that gun. It is just oodles of fun. Halo 2... Halo 2, I think I would pick... I guess I like the Halo 2 battle rifle a lot. There are, like, minor things I would change about it, but Halo wouldn't be what it is today without that battle rifle, so... like, it being the most consistent weapon in the whole game, along with just being amazing for casual and competitive players, like, it gets that top spot for 2. Halo 3... Oh yeah, sword flying is so much fun. Halo 2's energy sword was insane. Like, I have never been more terrified of a bladed weapon in any media ever. The Halo 2 energy sword is the stuff of nightmares. It is amazing. Halo 3.
Engine room located. We're here.
Halo 3, what would I pick for 3?
Alert. The monitor has disabled all command access. We can't restart the count.
See, 3 doesn't have any, like,
Detonate.
super duper unique weapons.
Damage. Destroy Halo.
Halo 3's weapon sandbox, it's kind of meh.
First, we need to pull back.
Similar to Halo 2.
That will
You know, the battle rifle is just the best one, but...
drive
I mean, I wish I could have gotten to use the flamethrower more. I can say that with absolute certainty. The flamethrower in Halo 3 was amazing. Yeah, dual-wielding stuff was super fun, the Maulers especially. Okay, you can go back now,
Step 1 complete.
stupid machine.
Great shot into the fusion reactor. We need a catalyst explosion to destabilize the magnetic field surrounding the fusion cell. Use an explosive. I recommend a grenade or
Not
rocket.
acceptable request.
Out of it.
You must surrender the
Armory
construct.
station located near the fusion
Being a flying turd.
reactor number 1 destabilized. Use explosives on the other 3 reactors. That should be enough.
I'm picking the flamethrower for 3. See, the CE flamethrower just never worked for me. Like, I like that it's not a turret weapon, so you can actually move while you use it. But the Halo 3 flamethrower was very consistent, and I liked it for that. But that's the only really unique weapon in that game that, like, stood out to me.
Your behavior necessitates repair and revision.
ODST, I would probably pick the auto mag. And then, I mean, when you pretty much only have 2 weapons to pick from, right? Like, you pick the pistol or the submachine gun. The SMG, it's basically just the SMG, but you can zoom in. The auto mag is this really weirdly beautiful balance between the CE and the Halo 2 magnums.
Have much time. We should move outside.
Then what would I pick for reach?
Accessing schematics. There's a service lift at the top of the engine room. It leads to a Class 7 service corridor that runs along the ship's dorsal structure. Hurry!
I mean, the fuel rod gun in Halo Reach was super fun to use.
Cortana to Echo 419. Come in, Echo 419. Roger, Cortana. I'm reading.
Other than that,
Pillar of Autumn's engines are going critical, Hellhammer. Request immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at external access junction.
yeah, I just don't know. Like, Halo Reach's weapon sandbox felt even blander than Halo 3's.
Noisy down there. Everything okay? Negative.
I just don't know what else to pick.
Utilization of the ship's fusion
Like, I remember about half the guns.
more damage than we thought.
Like, the needler rifle was interesting,
5 minutes before the fusion
but
detonate.
thanks to enemies, like, always ducking out of the way of every single shot, it was just annoying to try and fight people with it rather than being fun. Halo 4. I have to pick the sticky detonator. The sticky detonator was super cool. It was super unique for the sandbox. And it's one of those weapons you just never got to use enough. Like, as a concept, it's different in a way that none of the other weapons had really tried before. And Halo 5 has way too many fucking guns. If I had to pick one of the Halo 5 weapons... Man, what would I even pick? I'm trying to remember, like, super unique weapons. And I just can't remember anything specific that, like, really stood out. Yeah, there's walls there. Oh, the binary rifle. Why didn't I think of that? The binary rifle in Halo 5 was super fun.
Wait, stop.
It was a much better version of the focus rifle from Reach. And then in Infinite,
Cortana to Echo 419. 2 Covenant Banshees are approaching on your 6. Evade.
I love the Cinder Shot. I've really fallen for the Cinder Shot. The more I've gotten a chance to mess around with it,
Echo 4
the more interesting it becomes. Like,
calculating alternate escape route.
I couldn't pick an explosive weapon though.
Launch base 7. If we move now,
A non-explosive weapon, I would have to go with the Commando. Yeah. The Commando was super fun too. I remember using the Cinder Shot like the first couple of days. I think it was in the flights or maybe just after launch. I fucking hated it so much. But I've gotten to mess around with it more and I've realized how to use it. How to, like, space the shots to get people in the center and do max damage. And it's much better now. Fuck. Did I break it? I feel like I broke it.
Station of the ship's fusion core. The engines must have sustained
Yeah.
more damage than we thought.
Alright, so
you've had 5 minutes before the
currently
back now. Activating final countdown.
the Warthog is a bitch. And will flip completely,
Explosion will generate a temperature of almost 100.
killing you when you go for the big jumps, so Ghost it is. But hey, at least you can beat it. I'll have to push out a patch. Or an update, or whatever you want to call it, for the mod. I can do that and fix the grunt shield thing, and that'll only take me like 10-15 minutes. It's only 2:30. Who sleeps anymore? So every other shielded unit in the game has a tag switched on that makes it so that when an infection form latches onto them, their shields will insta-kill the infection form, and it's not turned on for the grunts. I think it was an Ultra I saw that didn't have it turned on, so it's probably not active for the Spec Ops grunts either. So I will have to change that. The problem is I don't know how to fix the gravity thing on the Warthog right now. I'm pretty sure it's a simple thing to fix. I just need to figure out how to balance it properly.
Hold position here.
Sorry, Foehammer, you have to die. I can't stay to find out how.
19. She's gone. Calculating alternate escape route. Ship's inventory shows one long sword.
Poor Carol Raleigh.
Lingerie 7.
May she rest in peace.
Make it.
Or more accurately, pieces, because she went down right next to the giant exploding ship that tore apart the whole ring. So she's definitely not doing good after that.
Chief, up ahead, there's a gap in the trench. At top speed, we should be able to clear it.
Whee, let's hit something we're not supposed to.
Negative. We have a wildcat destabilization of the
Well, fuck.
The engines must have sustained more damage than we thought.
Analyzing. We have 5 minutes before the...
Is it completely busted now?
Now, activating final countdown timer. When it reaches
I didn't change the max falling distance or anything.
100 million degrees.
Why? Damn. Okay, so I guess I have something that I have to test. And it's probably gonna take me like an hour to fix it, but it'll be super important. And the funny thing is, I tested all of this stuff. Like, I made sure the other day that it worked and that I wouldn't just die trying to do it. And here I am just dying trying to do it. But the thing is, I didn't change anything that would affect my fall rate. That's really weird. What would I even have to change for that? Max fall height, basically. That's a good question.
Wait, stop. This is where Foehammer is coming to pick us up. Hold position here.
Cortana to Echo 419.
problem
Calculating alternative
that
payload.
I would have with that is
Inventory shows one longsword fighter is still docked in launch bay 7.
like not knowing
Now we can make it.
how I would choose to build, because the only things that are like coming into my mind are the control room, like outside and inside, which would be a bitch to build, and then like some of the interior areas from the Truth and Reconciliation, like the hangar bay and stuff. Maybe if I do a spin. I'm pretty sure I just missed. Well, son of a biscuit. I guess it's just completely borked and there's no way for me to finish it right now, so I have to mess around with stuff. There we go. Gorilla time. So I want to... is that a globals thing? Where the hell is that? Not there. It's in the biped, right? Yeah, I tried building the control room in Halo 5 once or twice, and I just couldn't get it to work well. It always ended up looking goofy and didn't quite work right. I should have been building from the top down, but being the stubborn SOB that I am, I was like, I'll build it from the bottom. That'll make sense. That'll work well. No issues there, right? I was wrong. Where the hell is that? Why can I not remember where that is? It is here. I just have to change. You remember the first area in Regret before you go onto the gondolas? That would be a fun thing to make. It wouldn't be too hard either. It would even play as a half-decent multiplayer map if the third building off to the side was accessible, just like the other two. Could turn it into one of those multi-team maps. Okay, I think... Yeah, it might be difficult, but it's definitely possible. This is the only immediate thing that makes any sense that might work. Because I'm genuinely not sure what I changed that would be throwing me out and killing me all the time. That should be good. Open Usu use. Levels D40 classic. Ugh. My brain be hurted. Oh, and there go my knuckles. Straight to hell. Press any key to continue. Thanks. I know that. Hello. Oh, I just need to launch Master Chief Conglomerate. Halo 3. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get the same level of detail, but a lot of the Forerunner interiors in Halo 3 had really interesting designs. Certainly the easiest one to build would be the room where Truth is gonna fire all the rings on the Ark. I'm just gonna run through the final level on easy, because I want to finish it.
We need to get to the bridge.
Now I could be a speedrunner.
Neural implants to initiate
I could be fast as fuck.
engines. The explosion should damage enough systems below it to destroy the ring.
That's something that you would have to leave out, unfortunately. I certainly wouldn't have any idea how to do that.
Was heavily damaged when it crashed. Head to the cryo chamber. You should be able to get to the engine room through there.
All of them are still alive in there. Huh, didn't know that was a thing that could happen. I mean, the problem with Reach is that they kind of already reused everything from the campaign as multiplayer maps. They already pretty much made all of that themselves. Like, a lot of it works just fine, but some of it's like, why would you do that? Just make maps. I guess that was the point of Forge Island, though, is for us to do it all for them. I thought that Sentinel was aiming at me exclusively for a moment, and I got, like, mad. Like, how can you even aim at me from that far away? Light fuse? Because it broke somehow. And I don't know why.
Alert! The monitor has disabled all command access. We can't restart the countdown. The only remaining option is to detonate the ship's fusion reactors. That should do enough damage to destroy Halo. Don't worry, I have access to all of the reactor schematics and procedures. I'll walk you through it. First,
Halo 4, I don't remember having a lot of interesting arenas. In Halo 5, I think I played twice before I gave up on the campaign altogether.
stabilize the magnetic containment field surrounding the fusion cells. Use an explosive. I recommend a grenade or rocket. If you run out of explosives, there is an armory station located near the engine executors. Analyze it. Fusion reactor number 1 destabilizing. Use explosives on the other 3 reactors. That should be enough to trigger a wildcat explosion on the engine system.
Chief, use it on the next 3. But I've already done 2.
Keep it up. Only one more fusion reactor to go.
We must keep moving.
That's it. The engine's gone critical.
I wish I could fix that.
Hey, we should have 15 minutes to get off the ship. Don't have much.
For some reason, they didn't give Guilty Spark, like, alternate dialogue lines. If a Sentinel dies, he'll refer to it as a Reclaimer.
To a Class 7 circuit corridor that runs along the ship's dorsal structure. Hurry!
Still bugs me. Halo Infinite, Infinite had a lot of great areas. They really played into the whole massive, mysterious structures thing in that game, and it paid off for visuals.
Request immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at external access junction 4C as soon as you get my signal. Affirmative. 419 going on station. Echo 419 to Cortana. Things are getting noisy down there. Everything okay? Negative. We have a wildcat destabilization of the ship's fusion core. The engines must have sustained more damage than we thought.
Analyze it. You have 6 minutes before the fusion drive ends. We need to evac now. Activating final countdown timer. The explosion will generate a temperature of almost 100 million degrees.
At least I know with this thing I can land right side up. Assuming that the fall doesn't kill me. In which case, I won't be getting any sleep tonight while I try and fix it. Woohoo! I don't have any coffee. That'll kind of suck for tomorrow. I don't think I have to leave until like 1:30 though. They sure are. They're in your walls. One of the dumbest memes in the past year, and for some reason I just find it hysterical. It's funnier when it lacks context, too. Just, they're in your walls. It's like, what? What the hell are you talking about? What is in my walls?
Echo 419! She's gone. Calculating alternate escape route. Inventory shows one longsword fighter still docked in launch bay 7. If we move now, we can make it.
Hopefully we'll live this time.
Top speed, we should be able to clear it.
Ah, son of a bitch. Well, now I have to reload checkpoint, because you've got to be fucking kidding. I needed to make sure I wouldn't die on a clean fall straight to the bottom. And now I have to redo half the level. You make me mad. Shotguns. Fucking shotguns. 2 a.m. Woot woot. Okay, well, at least I made about 5 feet of progress. And I'm dead again. Oh, did I do shield recharging backwards? Shield recharges are backwards in the globals. That's another thing that needs to be fixed with efficiency. Shields are supposed to recharge faster on lower difficulties, not slower. I've made a mistake. Since my luck is in the shitter right now, time to take an OS. It's better this way. Get out of the way, you fat fucks. And now I get a checkpoint in here? Why didn't I get one before? This game be duty sometimes. But hey, it's another chance for us to look at Light Fuse. My favorite chapter of Halo Combat Evolved. Brings back so many fond memories.
Monitor has disabled all start the countdown. The only remaining option is to detonate the ship's fusion reactor.
He does some of them.
That should do enough damage to destroy Halo. Don't worry, I have access to all of the reactor schematics and procedures.
It was very, 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 very pleasant to hear his voice again as the Grunts. Like,
Close the shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive. Good! Step 1 complete. We have a straight shot into the fusion reactor.
peak Grunts are Grunts with Joe Staten voices.
Surrounding the fusion cell. Use an explosive. I recommend a grenade or rocket. If you run out of explosives, there is an armoring station located near the entry. Analyze it.
If you run out of explosives, you can be sad.
Explosives on the other 3 reactors. That should be enough to trigger a wildcat explosion. Keep it up. Only one more fusion reactor to go. I did it. The engine's gone critical. Based on the current rate of pay, we should have 15 minutes to get
Yeah, I did not like the Grunts in Halo 4 or 5. They were just...
There's a service
Yeah.
at the top of the engine. It leads to a Class 7 service corridor that runs along the ship's dorsal structure. Hurry!
Like, when Joe Staten does the grunts, they're just kind of up here. They're real grunty. And then you had the Halo 4 and 5 grunts. They were all nasally.
It's like, get the tubes out of your neck, get the dick out of your mouth, and deliver some dialogue.
Cortana to Echo 419. Come in, Echo 419.
It was just something about their voices that I didn't like. Their designs were weird too, but honestly, everything in Halo 4 and 5 looked weird. Because, you know, it was 343 being like, oh my god, we have to be not Bungie.co. So they threw away all of the design architecture to be 343 Industries.
Wildcat destabilization of
It just didn't work from a visual standpoint.
sustained more damage than we thought.
Alright, am I getting a checkpoint game?
Have 6 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to evac now. Activating final countdown timer. When it reaches 0.
Yeah, I remember being disappointed by that, but at least they still looked like Grunts. It's very weird because in the DC animated universe, I'm a very big fan of the designs that they use in the new Batman adventures and Superman the Animated Series and Justice League and all that. Like, I don't mind the transition from Batman the Animated Series to those other shows. It's just like a simple design change kind of a thing. It didn't really bother me much. The DNA was still there, which I think is why I'm fine with it. Like, a lot of people weren't. And then you get to Halo, and I'm like, damn, they really fucked that up hard. Yeah. It didn't work, though. Because it was just like a hard stopgap change with no warning. Like, I feel like the reaction would have been worse if it was Bungie that did that. Like, imagine Bungie releases Halo Reach, their most graphically impressive game to date. Like, hyper-realistic in 2010, and then they come out with Halo 4. It's like, why the hell does everything look so different and in a not good way? Okay, game, can you give me a checkpoint if I just, like, hang out for 10 years?
Bowhammer is coming to pick us up.
Alright.
Position here.
I'm gonna go get this word hog.
Cortana to Echo 419. 2 Covenant
I don't think
Your 6.
Yeah. If they would have kept the enemy design the same, it would have been less jarring. You know, it really felt like they changed it just for it to be different.
Calculating alternate escape route. Inventory shows one longsword fighter.
You know, like the way they used like beetles
Now we can make
for all the designs. Like, why beetles? Why pick that? This is a weird decision. Like, they could have picked something cool like xenomorphs. You know, like the weird alien designs from Alien or something. And they were just like, nah, beetles. It's like, what? Why did you turn everything into this weird, curvy weirdness? This doesn't quite work. Okay. Okay. Hooray, I fixed it. And now I can package it as just this one level file. Not worry about it. Though I suppose I should test. Cortana, I'm busy video gaming. I have to test for bugs. Eh. Go over the wall. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted you to do. At least I could test it from here. So I technically beat the game, just didn't watch the final cutscene. Ta-da, I did it. I'm a winner. I have to make sure that I won't live, even if I leave the map. And like go where I'm not supposed to. So we need to get to where Foehammer dies, and then I need to drive the Warthog off the cliff and try to stay in it and try and land on the ground below without dying. Because if I can do that, that means I fixed it, but only if people don't choose to break it. Because I don't know how else to do that right now, and I'm tired and want to sleep. And at least you can beat the fucking game if I do it that way, even if it's not perfect. I'll have to just wake up bright and early and spend 2 hours fixing little things and testing and hopefully release an updated version before I leave in the afternoon. It'll be worth it. And this is what happens when you decide, I'm just gonna release this. It'll be fine, it'll work. I'll just playtest the whole thing in one sitting tonight. No issues there. No, it's like 3 in the morning and I'm all sweaty and tired because my computer is like burning out. Fucking oven in there. The whole room is hot because of it. Ward.
Wait, stop. This is where Foehammer is coming to pick us up. Hold position here.
You shitting me. Yeah. I've never been down here before. Oh no, not Foehammer. No.
Negative. We have a Wildcat
Well, I mean, you can beat the level, but you can also leave the level. And that's fine with me, honestly. I don't mind that at all. So now I need to Halo 1 maps, create a new compressed zip folder. And then I just copy that into there. And I'll have that uploaded within like 10 minutes, I think. So I'm going to call the stream there. I mean, I technically did beat the game. I did a little more testing afterwards just to kind of mess around, but you can beat it at least. That file will be up in probably 10 minutes. That was me, the guy who made Halo Combat Disheveled, playing through said dishevelment of a mod. It went about as well as I could have expected. It, you know, being called Disheveled and all. It was fun to talk with the 3 or 4 people that were here, even if they were only here for a little bit and then left. It was the most engagement I've had with a live stream pretty much ever. I think the last time I had that much engagement, I was still streaming on Mixer when Halo 5 was still the main game, so it's been quite a while. In theory, I'll have a video up next week, whenever I get back, that will go a little bit more in depth and not be flying quite as hard by the seams of my pants. I could find a way to make the Nexus thing look worse. It probably wouldn't be that hard. I would have to be creative in my stupidity, which is always fun, but a little challenging. So, yeah. I think that's all from me. To anyone who plays Halo Combat Disheveled and finds it fun, leaves feedback, calls me a jackass, whatever, thanks. It's helpful, it's useful. In theory, the mod will only get better going forward. And it might take a little bit, but I'm looking forward to starting the same kind of project for Halo 2, 3, and the subsequent games when those mod tools become available. So, thank you and goodbye. Gonna transition to the black screen. Yay, black screen. Isn't that super professional of me? Just fading to black.